England up against Nepal. It is the first time these sides have met in international cricket. For both of them, it is a tournament opener here in the sunshine of Mumbai, the Wankhede Stadium. A little quieter than it was ahead of yesterday's game, which saw the India side taking on the USA in their tournament openers. There was the opening ceremony. It was a Mumbai night to remember as India got off to a winning start. But there is plenty on the line for these two sides, not least momentum at the start of the tournament, and for Nepal, a wonderful opportunity to spring a surprise against the two-time champions. We will have news from the middle with the toss shortly, but it is a very good afternoon to Stephen Finn, multi-time Ashes winner, and also to Prakash Wakankar, who's here with us as well throughout the tournament. Finny, first of all, England will be desperate to get underway and get some of those headlines that have been rather dogging them in recent times away from the back pages for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, well, it's an opportunity, isn't it, for them to put that stuff behind them, and that's what all the talk in the dressing room, I'm sure, would have been about over the last few days. It's an opportunity to draw a line underneath it. Clearly those things will still rumble on behind the scenes, but when you get into a tournament like this where the games come thick and fast, you need to start well, and we've seen a few teams nearly caught on the hop yesterday, maybe taking their eye off the ball in the first instance in those first round group games against the lesser teams, and this is an opportunity for England to stamp their marker in this series and move on forward from the troubled times of the last few months.
What an opportunity, Prakash, for Nepal to do something spectacular.
Indeed, and Nepal will want to do that. There's tremendous fan support for Nepal. We've seen that wherever they've played around the world, whether it was in the United States or here or indeed anywhere else, and I think they will draw inspiration from that. They've, again, like the USA or to a lesser extent like the Netherlands, very little to lose and everything to gain. That, I think, is the key for a lot of these associate nations. Nepal, with the advent of the Nepal Premier League, have really made improvements to their game. They beat the West Indies, remember, in a 2-1 series win, so they know that they can do it, whether or not
it's as hot as I would imagine it to be. A
sort of surprise or two for England as England start their campaign. We'll wait and watch.
Well, we had a little blast of Harsha Bhogle there, but let's head to the middle for the toss, which has seen the two captains alongside Nasser Hussain.
For the first time in senior men's international cricket, it is England against Nepal. The captains are ready, the match referee's ready. Harry, if you could get the coin, please. And give it a spin, Harry.
tails.
The head. Or on the back, please.
Harry, you've won the toss. What are you going to do and why?
We're going to have a bat first. We feel like the pitch is going to be in best shape in the first innings, and then hopefully we can bowl well and defend our score in second innings.
Same pitch as yesterday's game, the India game. What did you make of the conditions last night?
Yeah, it looked like there was a little bit of spin in it and a little bit of bounce, so hopefully we can utilise that in the second innings.
As ever, you announced your team a day before the game. What was with the final 11?
We wanted to go with two out-and-out seamers up top with the new ball, see if we can get it to swing and get a few early wickets in the power play, and then pretty much everything else was already settled.
You must be a very confident side. Those results in Sri Lanka across formats, and you've won 11 of your last 12 in this format. You're playing well as a side.
Yeah, playing really well. I think that tour to Sri Lanka was awesome preparation for this, and we can take a hell of a lot of confidence coming into this competition.
And you personally? The captaincy seems to have improved your form, if anything.
Yeah, feeling good with the bat, and hopefully I can make some good decisions as captain as well, on and off the field.
Yesterday showed that every side in this competition is going to be difficult to beat. You have to be fully switched on for this Nepal side.
Yeah, definitely. You can't take any side for granted. We know what can happen in T20 World Cups. There's a little bit more pressure, but that's been the main messaging from us, is just to stay in the moment as much as we can and adapt to situations and surfaces.
Go well, Harry.
Thank you. Cheers.
Rohit, you've lost the toss. Is that a problem? What would you have done?
To be honest, we would have bowled first. Looking at the condition, I think chasing is a good option, and we would have bowled first.
Do you think the fact that it is a use pitch suits your style of cricket?
Yeah, mostly we love slow tracks, and it's a used wicket, so I think it will spin a little bit, and I think if that happens, it will help our team.
What is your team news? Who are the four you've left out?
Four we are left out is Sandeep Johra, Lalit Rajmasi, Sompal Kami, and
And someone else. You play all 4 of your games in the group here in Mumbai. Firstly, that must be an absolutely thrill. Secondly, you have to absolutely use that as an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think playing all the games here will always give an advantage to the team who is playing all the 4 games here. So I think that's an advantage for me. And as a team, to play in Asian condition always helps Nepal. So I think it's an advantage for all of us.
And you have a massive crowd behind you, so go well, Rohit.
Thank
News
you.
from the toss is that England have won it and they're having a bat.
And it is a big crowd as well. There's plenty of supporters from Nepal who have turned out to make their voices heard and their enthusiasm very, very clear, Prakash. And you said it to us that don't you expect an empty stadium? There's going to be plenty of support, and indeed there is.
There is. I mean, the story of Nepal cricket is as much about how their fans have gone out and supported their team around the world as it is about their own progress and their own skill development over the past few years. It's remarkable how the Nepali diaspora around the world has come out and supported their teams in far-flung areas, and that is because as a person who traveled a bit, I can tell you will find Nepalese people, or people of Nepali origin anyway, in many different parts of the world, be it Japan or be it Africa. You will find them, and of course the UK knows them very, very well as the famous British Gorkhas, who were, I believe, if my information is right, certainly a part of the Royal Protection Force also at one time. So Nepalese people have traveled around the world. They've picked up and supported their side, and there's no different. We look across to our left at the Divecha Pavilion stand, which seems to be the epicenter of the Nepali support. There is the sun and moon flag, the twin triangular flag of Nepal, red in color with the sun and the moon emblems emblazoned on them. And they are certainly a vociferous bunch of people who will support their side through thick and thin.
Stephen Finn, what about for England and what there is to gain, what there is to lose from a match like this? Because they'll be expected to win and win pretty well, but as always with these things, the potential for a slip-up is always there. We've seen it in T20 cricket, we've seen it from England over the years.
Yeah, and Nepal are very capable. They've got some players that can really turn games, and England will have to be very wary of that. We saw India almost fall foul on a surface here that we anticipated before we got here, that it would be an absolute belter at the beginning of the tournament, fresh pitches. It certainly didn't play like that yesterday, and I think England will have the benefit of having watched that India first innings where they found themselves 70 for 6 at one stage and have to have a special innings from Surya Kumar Yadav to drag them out of it. England won't want to find themselves in that position, so they'll have learned a lot from yesterday, but certainly the potential of the banana skin is there, but it's almost about flipping the mindset with that. And I think that this England team, and the way that Brendan McCullum thinks, and Harry Brook in particular, they'll be trying to take that negative talk of thinking about the banana skin or the opportunity to lose a game as the favourite team. They'll be trying to flip that and say that this is a really good opportunity for us to try and put our front foot forward in this tournament and make a statement.
What about the two teams then? Well, England, we heard this yesterday. Phil Salt, Jos Buttler open the batting. Salt fit to play despite a back spasm picked up in Pallekele during that tour of Sri Lanka. Jacob Bethel at 3, Tom Banton at 4. So Banton ahead of Duckett. Harry Brook at 5. He's averaging 38 since becoming the England white ball captain in this format, so he really has seen his form stepping up. Sam Curran played a very important 50 as well during that series. Will Jacks, Liam Dawson, Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid and Luke Wood gets the nod ahead of Jamie Overton. What do you make of that England lineup?
I think it's their strongest team. I think there was a fear from me that they might try and pack the batting. They were guilty of doing that in the Ashes, weren't they? They played Will Jacks at 8 and tried to give them batting depth, but I'm not sure you need that in this format of the game. You have to back that top 7, that strong top 7, to score the runs. So the fact that Luke Wood has got the nod over Jamie Overton, I think, is a nod towards the need to find movement with that brand new ball. I think Luke Wood's left arm angle does that, and the fact that he can swing the ball back in and challenge the stumps especially in games like this, the opportunity to take early wickets and put the opposition on the back foot is something that that I like, and also the fact that Banton has been preferred over Ben Duckett. I think it gives England a really nice balance in that middle order with right and left-handers, depending on the situation and depending on the bowlers that are bowling. So I think of the 15, this is England's best 11 to play in this tournament.
What about Nepal then? They have Kushal Birtle at the top of the order, first Nepalese batter to score a T20 international 100. He also scored half century in his first 3 T20 international innings. Dangerous player at the top of the order alongside Mohammad Asif Sheikh. Rohit Kumar Paudel is the captain. Dipendra Singh Ayari has the notable feat of having scored the fastest T20 international 100. Any idea how many balls it took him against Mongolia in 2023, Prakash?
I think it was single figures, wasn't it?
Yeah, 9.
9, yeah.
He hit the ball all the way out of Mongolia. It's unbelievable. Lokesh Bam, Gulshan Kumar Shah, Karen Casey, Katrin Shetri, Mala, Nadan Yadav and Sandeep Lavishan, who is the big threat with the spin bowling options for Nepal on a surface, Prakash, that we all expected to be an absolute road. We were talking about 300 possibly, and yesterday we didn't see 300 in the game.
No, barely. Absolutely right. And I think that's what Rohit Paudel said during his interview with Nasser Hussain at the toss, didn't he? That he says we prefer slower wickets. And in that sense, he might have that. But England's batting firepower and how they go about it will really determine how far and what sort of a marker England will lay down. They'll want to do that, wouldn't they? Much as India wanted to, but they'll also want a very different start to their innings, one suspects, and not fall prey to losing early wickets.
Well, former England captain Owen Morgan is striding towards us, having a little look at the surface. That's got a few marks on it from last night's activities. He actually walked out to put the trophy on the plinth out there in the middle, a trophy he never got his hands on despite coming oh so close in 2016 with that famous Carlos Brathwaite 4 sixes off Ben Stokes in Calcutta in that tournament. England, by the way, do take on the West Indies in a few days' time here in Mumbai, so we'll bring that to you as we bring you every single ball of every game, not just from here in Group C, but across the rest of the tournament as well. And it is rattling along apace. We saw a win earlier on today for New Zealand against Afghanistan. Everything has gone to form so far, but it's not necessarily all gone quite to form as the matches have progressed, if you see what I mean. It's been quite dramatic, a route to get to these various results. So, England against Nepal, are we going to see the same course of action there? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Stephen, interesting little aside from Harry Brook in amongst that, and he didn't need to say it, but when Nasser Hussain said to him, you know, what have you learnt as captain? He said, oh, you know, you've got more responsibility on the pitch. And then he dropped in and off the pitch. And you know, it's the elephant in the room, isn't it? All of this nightclub outside Wellington, etc.
Yes, it is. But this is an opportunity to try, and we're clearly not going to move beyond it that quick. But as a player, there are so many distractions, and I'd imagine as a captain, even more distractions. You have to try and put that noise out of your head, and Harry Brook strikes me as the sort of person who is capable of doing that. He did that in Sri Lanka and led the team to 2 really good series victories over there in conditions that are really challenging to go over and win. Even when England were at the height of their one-day power, it was still a really hard place to go and win series. So the fact that England have done that in those challenging conditions, I think will set them up really well. But certainly the noise and the conjecture around the off-field stuff is going to rumble on, isn't it? And I think that the volume of that will probably be dictated by how they play on the pitch, so they'll be desperate to not allow that to seep in.
How much has all of that chat filtered through to the rest of the cricketing world, Prakesh?
Well, I must confess, not a lot. Not here, for sure. I think it's obviously because I don't think the media outlets here necessarily follow off-the-field activity as much as obviously is done in England, which is understandable. So no, not much. Yes, the Sri Lanka series results, of course, did make a lot of news here, because as Finney said, it's not easy to win in Sri Lanka. And when you do that, it does give you not just confidence, but it also makes news. That being said, I think England almost in some ways will come into this tournament, won't they, as a team that will fancy their chances, and yet I think their expectations are a little bit muted. Not necessarily because of what's happened in Australia, just because somehow the feeling outside, or at least here, is England are a side also in a process of sort of rediscovering and rebuilding in some form. And I think that will work to their advantage, because when the England team was here for the longer World Cup, the 50-over World Cup, there was a lot of expectation, and somehow it didn't quite work out. So I think that'll work to their advantage. England clearly among the top 2 or 3 for me.
Yeah, they've slipped off their pedestal a bit, haven't they, from being the leading trailblazing white ball team of 6 or 7 years ago to being back in the pack. Other teams have caught them up, and I think that suits them in this tournament. The opportunity to come in as slight underdogs. There's so much noise around India playing at home that it gives England the opportunity to just slide in there a little quieter than they would have usually done in previous iterations of this competition. I think that could serve them well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how that sort of tag of dark horses sits with them, really, because inevitably, whenever you ask, I think it's got more of a sports person's problem of late, and it's only a problem really to us in the media, because it's frustrating not getting more insight. But whenever we ask the question, well, what are your expectations for the tournament, what are you sort of anticipating as your bare minimums, that sort of thing, gone are the days where, oh, we're eyeing up a semi-final place. It's now, we're taking each game as it comes. You sort of, oh, come on, we can do better than that.
Well, but from a playing perspective, you want as little noise as possible around the team, and there has been a lot, hasn't there? And if you then put a label on it before a tournament, we have to make the final, I think that adds pressure, and what you want to do is alleviate that pressure and allow people to focus on the job at hand, and the immediate job for England is get a score on the board in this game against Nepal.
Yeah, and that's a fair enough response, I know. It's just for the rest of us it's rather tedious. Right, those 2 big flags that we're used to seeing out in the middle are being unfurled, although the Nepalese flag, of course, is a slightly different affair. It's the 2 triangles, really, as opposed to the great big sort of 4x3, if you see what I mean, of the England flag, being stretched out by seemingly hundreds of volunteers out there in the middle. And we'll see the 2 sides emerging from the shadows of the MCA President's Box and the pavilion beyond. Shortly, our standing umpires today. I'm Rod Tucker and Leslie Reifer, with Paul Rifle on TV umpiring duties, and it's a coaching lineup of Brendan McCullum, of course, still the England head coach across formats. Also, Stuart Law is the Nepal head coach. So plenty of coaching experience there as well. There go the Sparklers. And Harry Brook leads a very, very small mascot. Actually, all of the mascots, they look about 2 or 3 years old.
Yes.
That's cute, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really a lovely sight, isn't it? And some of these kids, one hopes, will go on to play some cricket, and what a memory it'll be for them when they talk about the fact that they walked out with one Nepali or England cricketer holding their hand as they come out with the sparklers going, just getting ready for the teams to line up before the anthems, and a fair bit of support, as we've said, for Nepal. What's nice to see is they're all concentrated more or less in that one part of the ground, and that will definitely help them.
Ben Duckett's mascot is still taller than him.
I knew that was coming.
That I take umbrage to without any particular reason.
I knew that was coming. Here we go. National anthem first of Nepal. San Thunga Fogda, the national anthem there of Nepal. Well, plenty of England fans who got stuck into that, who have travelled either from the UK or perhaps slightly closer to watch this first game for England, two-time champions, of course. In this format, taking on Nepal, first time these two sides have met in international cricket. A little word on Nepal's national anthem, by the way. It was ranked third on the list of Rio 2016's most amazing national anthems by no less than the BBC. So who are we to argue with that, Prakash? Right, we'll hear plenty more from you, Prakash Wakankar, as we go through the rest of the game. But Stephen Finn will stay alongside me as the flags are folded away and the England openers prepare to come to the middle, looking to try and give England some impetus. And I love the description that you gave me of Phil Salter a couple of years ago, which you basically said he bats like someone who thinks everyone that's bowling at him is absolutely rubbish.
Yeah, he certainly does. I certainly got that impression when I was bowling at him, that he'd try and slap absolutely every ball, and it's a really dangerous mindset for an opening batter to have in this format of the game. He's shown that with his ability to score runs in the IPL and be one of the leading players. He won it 2 years in a row with different franchises, didn't he, with KKR and then the Royal Challengers Bangalore. So yeah, he'll bring that experience and he'll bring that attitude to the top of the order for England, and that's why they'd have been so desperate after that back spasm to make sure that he was fit for today. So it's good to see him lining up from an English perspective.
Well, he's got swagger in a way that not every cricketer naturally does, and that's that, you know, in this format, a bit of bristling, I don't know, presence is quite a good thing.
Yeah, and it's that disrespect's the wrong word, because he clearly respects the bowlers, and it's calculated the way that he goes about it. But when you're bowling at him, you feel like he's there's no discrimination with the balls that he tries to hit for 4 or 6. He's looking to do it absolutely every single ball, and if it's in his area, whether it's first ball, second ball, 6th ball, he will hit it to the boundary or attempt to hit it to the boundary for 4. So it puts you immediately on the back foot as a bowler. That's why I think England have been so desperate to get him to the top of the order in the T20 team, and he's repaid that faith since he's been there.
Well, lots of cheers for the Nepal fielders as they come running out in their dark blue jerseys with the red trim. England in the bright red jerseys with the blue bottoms. And somebody that is familiar with these parts, part of a successful IPL winning Mumbai Indians side a few years back, Jos Buttler, but he knows all of these venues so well from playing plenty of IPL cricket. And again, he's somebody who you'd like to think, with the fullness of time now that has seen the handing over of his captaincy responsibilities to Harry Brook, that'll be a process that gets easier, his position amongst the ranks.
Yeah, and I think he's not the sort of person who has that kind of ego that would not slip straight back into the ranks. I think you'll have seen the way that Joe Root slid back in as Test captain when Ben Stokes took over, and how that benefited Joe Root's game. The runs and the way that he's constructed his runs in that time has been extraordinary. It's led him to be on the cusp of becoming the leading Test run scorer ever. So Jos would have watched that and seen how Root did it and how much it helped Ben Stokes grab that team by the scruff of the neck and drag it through those next couple of years. We won't talk about the last few months. Those last few months have passed for the Test team, but certainly Jos Buttler as a player and not a captain looks like a liberated soul, and again, that's a really good thing for England.
Well, Karen KC is going to open the bowling. He's experienced campaigner, 34 years old, and one of the more senior players in this Nepal side, so looking to offer control at the top of the order and try and put a little bit of pressure on Salt and Buttler. It'll be Phil Salt who opens the batting. We've got those 2 fielders outside the circle. That's what's allowed during the power play, the first 6 overs of the game. So we've got a deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, and we've got bright sunshine here at the Wankhede Stadium with Feel the Thrill posted up around the various available bits of advertising space on the stands. That's the slogan for the tournament. As over to my right in the Sachin Tendulkar stand, plenty of spectators wearing Nepalese jerseys are looking forward to this getting underway as the clock ticks past 3 o'clock local time. Salt and Buttler will be hoping to try and offer some real impetus at the start of the innings for this England side, who come into this having won 10 of their last 11 completed T20 internationals, which is going some. So we're pretty much ready. There's always a little delay. Don't know what this one is. It'll be the okay and the yes from somebody with a microphone somewhere communicating, I imagine, with some sort of television company somewhere. But we shall wait just for an additional moment as the bowler at the end of his mark will be so keen just to get on with it, get that first ball down there. You've been there, Finney. You just want to get going now. Yeah,
you've kind of done all your preparation, you've done your routine, you're ready to go, and the adverts haven't stopped on TV, so you've gone a bit early, but it looks as though we're ready to go.
And here we go with England's World Cup campaign. Where will it end? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Oh, start.
Full start.
Oh, full start from the bowler. There we go. It's the only sport in the world where the start time rarely actually represents the time the game gets underway. Here we go, Karen Casey to start things off. Right arm over to run into bowl to Phil Salt, who waits and immediately is driving to mid-on, and a little bit of a fumble will allow England possibly a couple of runs here, and Salt will turn and get the signal from Jos Buttler that it's just the one, but England up and running, one without loss.
Yeah, nice timing by Salt, and I think Harry Brook's assumption at the top of the show, and when he was at the toss, I think is a fair one, that this will be the best time to bat on this pitch in the first innings. So England winning the toss and batting first on a pitch that we saw grab and not be quite as fluent as we thought it would be yesterday. We're playing on the same pitch that India played the USA on yesterday, so you'd expect the characteristics to be the same, even more so given that it's a day game and there's no chance of dew or anything later with the floodlights coming on. So bat first, bat big, and let that wicket deteriorate as it goes on.
So statistically, swing got more apparent as the night went on last night too. Day game today, so that won't necessarily be the case, but Buttler waiting is defending a good full delivery, and the crowd love that. Those red and blue flags are flying underneath the Devetya Pavilion, and the Rohit Sharma stand over there on the far side of the ground. And the first two balls, which have taken already about 4 minutes, and we're up and running. So, one without loss. Buttler waits, motionless at the crease. He'll have that little shake of the shoulders that's so familiar as he waits and does it right then. And is driving down the ground, back past the bowler. It's going to skip and it's hopping. It's going towards the long off boundary, and it gets there. It wasn't perfectly timed under any circumstances from the former England skipper, and there was a valiant chase that was ultimately in vain from the captain, Rohit Paudel. But England up and running with a boundary there. And I keep saying that phrase, up and running, but it does feel rather like they just want to get going in this tournament. And a good first innings will go a long way just to feeling settled.
Yeah, put the last few weeks have been good, haven't they, in Sri Lanka, and the results there, but it's the conjecture around English cricket over the last few months is something they'll be keen to put very much behind them.
Mid on and mid off go a little bit deeper as Buttler waiting. We'll see the ball fizz past the outside edge. And there was a rather guilty look behind him, which did make me think that perhaps there was a little flick on it, but no interest from the keeper, and just a vague arm waved by the bowler as it went scooting on through.
Yeah, it's a good nut, and again what we saw yesterday in the first few overs was that the USA bowled really well to India by holding their length, so slightly back of a length, so the batters can't just step forward towards the ball and hit it, and then with the occasional change of pace. So again, as a bowling team, you'd be sat there watching last night thinking those are the plans that we need to put into place, and that length was just that.
Next delivery is dabbed into the offside by Buttler. A fumble will again present the opportunity of a possible single, but England don't try anything funny or take the risk. One ball left of the first over. That Buttler and Salt can, if they get settled, can do some real damage. It's a very powerful England batting lineup, this. Bethel, Banton, Brooke. I wonder if it's the first time 4 out of the top 5 of any side have started with the same letter. Because I don't think you would have had Bairstow batting with those two at any point, or those 4 at any point. Buttler, Bethel, Banton and Brooke. Final ball of this first over to be delivered to Jos Buttler, with the field remaining the same. Those torn the boundary on the leg side, and Buttler is dropping the ball again just behind square out towards backward point. and there'll be no run. 5 without loss after the first over.
Yeah, sedate start. One piece of nice timing by Butler down the ground from an over-pitch delivery, but very watchful. And again, you talk about bowlers looking at the match last night and yesterday to see what was working. The batters would have done the same, and they'd have seen that it was very, very difficult for anyone to just walk to the crease and start lashing the ball all over the place. You have to give yourself an opportunity to get used to the pace of it, like Surya Kumar Yadav did, and then expand your innings as you go on. And that's something that Jos Buttler and Phil Salt, having played a lot of IPL cricket and watched yesterday, will be trying to do here.
The word that he kept on using, Harry Brook, and the message consistently from the England camp is adapting. Adaptability and situation reading and things.
Well, it's something they didn't do in the Ashes, wasn't it? They got themselves in good positions and then didn't adapt to what was necessary in that moment, and ended up falling foul, and the series got away with them. You have to be able to adapt even quicker in this format of the game. So Brook is right in his sentiment. It's whether they can put it into practice is the challenge.
Jos Buttler is 50 away from 4,000 in ODI in T20 cricket. He's also 280 away in this innings, I don't think, but from becoming the leading run scorer in all T20 World Cups, passing Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli. So he's a man with plenty of pedigree in the format, not just away from ICC tournaments, but at the main events as well. This has gone up in the air. This could be a catch. Short fine leg underneath it. Takes the easiest of catches to see the end of Phil Salt. Malla strikes first ball. Spin does for Salt, and England are 5 for 1.
Yeah, thrashing across the line there, Phil Salt was drifting down the leg side and looking to turn it round the corner, but aggressively. It wasn't a soft turn round the corner, it was an aggressive slap round the corner towards deep backward square leg that he was trying. And it looks as though the ball is just held in the pitch. And the top edge there, it hung in the sky for a decent amount of time. The fielder wearing no cap either, so looking into the sun, but manages to take the catch in front of his face, and a huge celebration from the Nepalese players and fans in the crowd, and England on the back foot.
Yeah, the off spinner strikes, and what a moment as well. Look at the dancing and delight that's going on over there on the far side of the ground, because they've got the early wicket. Bethel will come to the middle with England 1 down, 5 for 1 after just 7 balls.
It was an instinctive shot from Phil Salt. He's not premeditated that, but because it was so far down the leg side, he'd have seen it as an absolute free hit. And looking to aggressively play that ball behind square. He wasn't quite in a sweep position, but he was shaping up as it looked like a sweep shot. Just held in the pitch, so that'd be a word of warning to all the England batters that, like we mentioned in that first over, you have to give yourself a chance.
Sandeep Lamachan was the one underneath it. It was up there for a long time. It was dropping out of the sky, and actually on a bright day with the sort of haze you get in Mumbai, the ball will be not always that easy to pick out. It's a good catch, it will look easy, but with the pressure, the noise, everything else, time to think about it. So the left-handed Bethel, for the off breaks of Malla, and taps towards the onside, straight to the hands of mid-wicket, no run. He always feels quite a calm customer, Jacob Bethel.
It's one of the things that has endeared him to the England setup, and when he's played and the way he played in Australia.
Malla round the wicket to Bethel, who waits for a delivery and slashes it through the offside, I think for 4. And it will get to that boundary in front of the Sunny Gavaskar pavilion. He had to wait a long time for it, but it sat up quite nicely, and Jacob Bethel slaps it away past that fielder at backward point. No protection on the offside boundary, and England moved to 9 for 1.
Yeah, he waited nicely for that, didn't he? The temptation would have been to thrash at it and not quite wait for it, but by letting it come to him, it meant that he could pierce that gap behind square. Nice shot.
9 for 1. Bethel's got 4 from 2, and he gets a freebie there into the leg side, and into the leg side stands as well. It was dropped short, and Bethel dispatches it over mid-wicket. It's a monstrous hit.
Yeah, beautiful timing, and he uses his crease really nicely. It's short, slow as well, so you can rock back, and it's a bit of a freebie, but you still have to be on it. on a pitch that you don't know just yet whether you can quite trust. Rocks right back onto his stumps, opens up his right leg and hammers it out towards deep mid-wicket. It hits the advertising boards of the first tier, so a decent size here.
88 metres, apparently. So suddenly a bit of pressure on the bowler. England's exuberant left-hander with that blonde hair poking out the back of his batting helmet will get another bit of an opportunity there, and he hasn't quite timed it, but it might still be 4, and it will. Behind square on the leg side, and this is quite loose bowling from the young off-spinner who's got the wicket of Phil Salt in the over, but he's bowled 3 pretty loose deliveries, that has to be said. One short and wide down the offside, one a long hop, and that one down the leg side. All of them put away by Bethel.
Yeah, it's amazing how the mood changes, isn't it? You'll see the field circling that first ball that Bethel just clipped to mid-wicket, but 3 boundaries in a row, and that just dissipates. It's nice batting though, and selective.
19 for 1. Bethel forward, and again shows that calmness to tap the ball to mid-wicket, and the over comes to an end. England 19 for 1. Salt gone 1 for 2, 1 from 2 rather, and Bethel alongside Butler with 2 overs gone on 19 for 1. If you missed it earlier, victory for New Zealand against Afghanistan. In the end, the margin looked pretty comprehensive, but 5 wickets with 13 balls remaining didn't quite tell the story. They were wobbling. They lost 2 very early on, New Zealand, in consecutive balls, but managed to fight their way back, and in Mitchell and Sant they got over the line with time to spare. So a win for New Zealand. Later on today, Ireland get their tournament underway. We'll have full commentary from Colombo, and the Premadasa Stadium as Sri Lanka take on Ireland. Will we be seeing a game there a week from now? India-Pakistan is due to be there. Next delivery from the start of the second over. Karen KC continuing, bowled to Butler, who gets an inside edge as he looked to whip slightly squarer than that on the leg side. It goes out towards long leg, and he gets 1. Various bits of conversation about movement in that particular regard around the prospect of that fixture happening, but nothing beyond the conjecture. I think there's going to be a lot of toing and froing in the next few days.
Yeah, it's something everyone wants to see, isn't it? But it's clearly a lot more complex than just wanting to watch a cricket game. So hopefully for the sake of the tournament, that it can go ahead. But it seems as though there's a lot of hurdles to go over until it gets to that stage.
20 for 1. Bethel on strike. 2 on the leg side boundary. Bethel will play it into the space in front of deep mid-wicket and run through for 1. Moves to 15 off 6, Butler's 5 from 6, and then 21 for 1. Ultimately, there are various ways that it could play out, but one, this phrase has come into common parlance now, doesn't it? The off-ramp, as it were, from an awkward situation. One of the offerings was really put in front of them by the Sri Lankan Cricket Board, saying, look, if you give them everything we've done to get this fixture on, really be quite helpful if you played it. But that wasn't immediately seized upon. 21 for 1. Karen KC is in, and Butler will just defend into the offside. Up on his toes, blocking the ball out towards cover point. No run. You just, as always with these things, Finny, you want to see the best teams play against each other and the big fixtures happen.
Yep, certainly, and it'd be a shame to have not all the matches in the World Cup fulfilled as well, wouldn't it? Sure, the ICC will want it to go ahead, so hopefully negotiations behind the scenes will get to a point where we can see that match a week today.
Butler on strike. This is shorter and helped away into the leg side for 6, I fancy. It went flat and hard and to the left of mid-wicket, and they will just check it. And no, it is dropped just short, 4 runs, but Butler timed that nicely.
Yeah, it was the first time we've seen Jos Buttler time the ball properly today. He's been very watchful, just tapping the ball into the offside, but seizing on a ball that was short of length and a short-arm jab more than anything over straight, deep mid-wicket. There's a fielder out there, but the fielder's quite square. more in line with the stumps on the deep mid-wicket boundary as opposed to that straight, so relatively safe.
Let's hit the sponge on the half volley. 25 for 1. Butler again goes into the leg side, again will beat the infield. Has he got enough on it for 4 runs? Fielder running round does brilliantly well. And listen to the noise in acknowledgement of the efforts of a really good diving stop from the fielder Kushal Bertel, who moved quickly to his left from mid-wicket. And I actually rather back the ball on that occasion, but he's done brilliantly.
A very athletic piece of fielding. Saved a couple of runs, and Nepal will want to set the standard and set the tone in the field. The USA did it, aside from the 2 drop catches and 1 very costly drop catch. Their ground fielding was excellent, especially in the ring, in those opening 6 overs. Created loads of pressure.
Karen Casey in to Butler, pace taken off it, who drops into the onside, takes the single, keeps the strike, and the overseas 9 from it. England win the toss, elect to have a bat first, and they're 28 for 1 after 3. So Phil Salt, the 1 man out, going for just 1, but this partnership has already shown real good signs from England's point of view.
And the right-left hand is a crucial thing as well. I think England, when you look at their middle order, they've got the flexibility with Bethel, with Curran in there to be able to chop and change. And as a bowler in this format of the game, when you're constantly having to change from left to right hand, it really tests your skills and tests your diligence and your ability to execute plans to those right and left handers. So the fact that England have got that flexibility in the middle order, I think, is a good thing as well.
Well, we're going to see Devendra Singh Airy come in to the attack, somebody who's perhaps more known for his exploits with the bat. Well, particularly one performance where he scored 50 off 9 balls, as I mentioned earlier, against Mongolia. He's going to have a bowl against Josh Butler, forgive me. And we're going to see some off-spin once again from the far end. Shirt untucked, white sunglass frames in the distance. And Butler looking to clip the ball past the fielder at short mid-wicket, and he does just that. Looking to get Bethel onto strike, and indeed Jacob Bethel will face the next ball. It's a short boundary to the leg side with, I think Prakash told us last night, it was pitch number 8 of the surfaces used here, and there's a further 5 over to the right, but it is just slightly off-centre, so that boundary on the leg side out towards our right and the Tendulkar stand is a little bit shorter, so that's into Bethel's hitting arc. 29 for 1. Murray is in, and Bethel will look to drive down the ground for 1, and he'll get that one as well, easily enough, just pushing up towards the long off boundary. It's quite as hectic down Marine Drive today as it was last night, as you would expect. Still a very good atmosphere.
Yeah, lots of Nepal shirts, weren't there, on the way in.
Murray in, bowling to Butler, who slaps through the offside, out towards the deep, beats the infield, and away it goes for 4. And as we've seen so often from Butler, his ability to manipulate the field is what sets him apart so well. With the 2 fielders in the deep on the leg side, anything that beats the infield, as he sat up off the back foot, punches it away for a boundary.
Yeah, he's found that gap really nicely though. He's offered the width, bowling quite quick as well, the bowler, so just a bit of timing gets it through.
34 for 1. Butler this time will hit the ball over the fielder at mid-off for another boundary, and that almost was 6. We hit that cleanly. It sounded magnificent off the bat and goes sailing away. He moves to 21, Butler, and that was a lovely shot.
Yeah, it's kind of remarkable how he hits the ball that firmly with so little movement of the bat. He's got such strong wrists, and the way his wrists snap when he plays that shot creates almost top spin on the ball to whip it up over the mid-off field and hit with such force. A 1 bounce 4 from that position with it being so flat is some effort.
Fielder goes a little bit squarer. As Butler waits, this time will work the ball square on the leg side for 1. Thinking of a second that isn't there. Bethel will be content to take strike for the final ball of the over. 4 gone at the conclusion of this one. 11 off this over already. England going along nicely at 39 for 1. 2 overs of power play to come after this. That really is the opportunity to maximise seize upon any loose ball. Around the wicket, the off spinner comes, defended by Bethler. It's a better ball and some nice keepy-uppies from Harry to finish the over. 39 for 1. England look to be settling into their work here with these two, and particularly Butler, somebody who does have the ability to show real patience, and he knows he can catch up in a heartbeat.
Well, I think that must give you so much confidence as a player that you can, if you want to, or if you feel like not every ball is there to hit, you can see some batters panic under that pressure and thrash around and ended up getting out. And obviously every day is not going to be his day, but with his wealth of experience on the cusp of 4,000 T20 international runs, the amount of cricket that he's played in the IPL, and especially this format of the game, he understands that even if you have a tricky couple of overs, with the power and his ability to hit 360 degrees around the ground, he can catch up that run rate if necessary later on. So yeah, playing it nicely and seizes his opportunity when he feels as though he's on top of a bowler to then make that count, and he did that in the last over, and must feel as though he's timing the ball much nicer than he was in the first 2 overs.
Well, the right-arm medium pace of Nandan Yadav, who's still relatively early in his international career, but very much seen as part of the future of Nepalese bowling stocks, and he's running in now to bowl a ball that Butler will punch towards cover and find the gap, so it'll be a dot ball to start. I wouldn't say he looks of a threatening pace.
No, it looks tall though, so might get a little bit of bounce out the surface. And the thing that you don't always know, when this is the first time that England have ever met Nepal in a competitive game, you don't know people's subtle skills or their variations in pace. You can do all the research you want, but actually facing it out the hand is something that's really tricky. So so Butler and Bethel will want to be wary of people that they've not played against before.
Running in again, Butler will slap away through the offside for 4, right out towards those Nepal supporters, and it goes racing away to the ropes.
Yeah, short and wide. The first ball was very good over the top of the stumps, but if you offer Butler that kind of width inside the power play, especially as he's getting into his rhythm, he's going to hammer it away for 4, and again, really nice timing by Butler.
Well, didn't know we needed a remix of Sweet Caroline. What a relief. Things you didn't know you needed.
Maybe it'll catch on.
Yeah. England 43 for 1. Butler's on 26 as in comes Nandan again to bowl to the former skipper, who is chasing a ball that's edged through to the keeper. Jos Buttler goes 26 from 17. And it just got a little bit more lift than Jos Buttler was expecting. He takes off his gloves in frustration, and England have lost a second wicket. 43 for 2. Midway through the 5th over, Stephen Finn, some more from you, and then you'll be joined by Prakash Wakanka.
Yeah, just slightly lifted there on Jos Buttler. It wasn't quite as short or wide as the previous delivery that he cut away, so he was trying to dab it into that backward point region as opposed to really hit it. And in trying to dab it when the ball lifted, just gives the ball the opportunity to kiss the outside edge, and the wicketkeeper takes an easy catch rising to his right. And Nepal have their second, and it's a big one. Jos Buttler, who looked good, he timed the ball nicely. He's gone for 26.
Indeed, so Nepal drawing second blood, having picked up the wicket, and Nandan Yadav, as Henry was saying, still early in his career. He'll be certainly G'd up by that early wicket, just the second ball of his spell today, and that has brought Tom Banton to the crease. He will face Nandan Yadav, picking up his wicket off Jos Buttler, who was looking, as you said, Finney, very comfortable and was timing the ball really sweetly. So he'll be a bit disappointed. Just a little loose, I thought, as you said, looking to sort of place it more than hit it.
Yeah, it was non-committal, wasn't it? I think he'll be walking off now, disappointed that he didn't either.
Yadav in to bowl to Tom Banton, strikes him on the thigh pad, ricochets out towards backward square. They'll take a run. My God, the Nepal wicket-keeper really very, very enthusiastic, running with his pads and actually beating the guy coming in off 45. So a leg bye nevertheless to England, and that will take England's total up to 44. We're in the 5th over, remember, so 2 balls to come, and then 1 more over of the power play. So 2 early wickets, but England looking comfortable. The bowling isn't looking threatening.
No, but they still have to be wary. We know that this pitch isn't the easiest to just walk in and time the ball on, so whenever you do lose a wicket, you have to be on your guard that you don't lose 2 or 3 in a row. We saw that happen to India towards the back end of the power play yesterday, and it really put the brakes on their momentum in the early part of the innings. England will have to be wary of not doing the same here.
5 men in the ring on the offside, the 2 deep fielders both on the onside. Here's Yadav bowls and Bethel defends with the full face of the bat. Certainly brought the Nepali supporters to their feet, and this is wonderful, isn't it, Finney? I mean, to see the kind of support. Yes, Nepal borders India. Yes, a lot of Nepalese people live and work in India. We all know that, but then to come out and back their side, it is the kind of encouragement that the associate nations or any team really needs, but more so the ones who are making early inroads into international cricket.
Well, the kit manufacturer will be happy. They flogged a lot of shirts today by the looks of it. There's loads.
There's Yadav in again, bowls to Bethel, and Bethel's rushed a little bit. Ball just pops out in front of him at a backward short leg might have been, and there'll be no run. The bowler quickly to the ball. He's not express, but he's certainly got a little bit something about him, isn't he?
It's that bounce, 136 kilometres an hour, which I think is about 83, 84, so by no means express, but when you're tall and you've got a nice over-the-top action, you can get that little bit extra bounce, and that's what Josh Buttler found. I actually didn't finish my point, but he'll be sat in the dressing room now saying, I should have really committed to trying to cut that, because if you outside edge it when you're really trying to cut it, it can balloon over the keeper in the short third, because all of those fielders were up. He'll be walking off disappointed that he was non-committal there, but Nepal will not complain whatsoever, because that's a huge wicket.
Sher Mullah, who will continue bowling his off-spin to Bethel, or rather to Banton, who defends on the offside. There is no run. Sher Mullah. Mullah in Sanskrit or even in Nepali means wrestler, and Sher means tiger.
The tiger wrestler.
So here he is bowled, and this one's sort of getting the inner side of the bat but flying over the infield, so it's very safe. But another day that could have just gotten mistimed and gone up in the air. Single nevertheless to get off the mark, and the total moves up to 45.
I wonder if that means he wrestles like a tiger, or whether he wrestles tigers. It's more impressive to wrestle tigers, I think.
Yeah, but I think it's safer to wrestle like a tiger.
I'd agree with that.
Round the wicket to the left-handed. Bethel has gone back into his crease and launched this away. He's absolutely tonked it, and that comes ricocheting off the second tier. And certainly those people sitting in that stand would have felt the thrill, as the sign on that stand says. And 6 more to England. That brings up the 50 as well. And Bethel races up to 22, striking at 200 per ball faced.
Yeah, it's a fantastic shot. Again, using the depth of the crease, going right back, opening his right side up, and then allowing his hands to time the ball up over deep, wide, long on. Excellent timing. 92 metres, that 6.
There's Mullah again, and this one sweetly driven. What a beautiful stroke. Just waited on it for a little bit longer, and then just opened his face of the bat and ran it away with perfect timing, square of the wicket for a boundary. This is the grace of a left-hander, and of course it's beautifully executed by this immensely talented young man. 55 for 2.
Yeah, that's beautiful timing. Over-pitched and an overcorrection from the bowler, looking to find that good length after dragging the previous delivery down, but Bethel quickly onto it, steps towards the pitch of the ball, opens his hands up and times it nicely behind point. He really is a special player.
Yeah, he just looks like he belongs there, doesn't he? He just looks so comfortable. There's Mullah again, and this one's worked away off his pad. He'll pick up a run to the fielder coming off the deep square boundary, and that will take the total up to 56 now for 2, with the last ball of the power play coming up. The right-left combination that you mentioned, Finney, I think a trick that India might want to revisit as the tournament progresses.
A lot of left-handers, didn't they, yesterday?
Yeah, top 3 left-handers.
Yeah.
And they might, in the past, they've of course tried to do the right-left. Last ball of the power play to Tom Banton, who's dropped. I think that went straight. It was a full toss. Banton down the wicket, looking to ease it over the bowler, and I think it's been put down by Sher Mullah. He'll be disappointed. And that marks the end of the power play. Drink coming out for the players on the field. It didn't look that difficult, did it?
He hit it hard though, didn't it? Because
Yes.
it was a full toss. He timed it really nicely out the middle of the bat, but certainly a chance, an opportunity, and those are the kinds of chances that if Nepal are to win this game or give themselves a good chance, you have to take everything. We don't want to reference yesterday's game too much, but it was a significant moment when that caught and bowled of Surya Kumar Yadav was put down when he was on 15. He goes on to make a match-changing 84, and it's moments like that that if you're the smaller team or the non-favourite, you have to take every chance.
Well, I mean, catches win matches has been talked about for a century or more, and that doesn't change really irrespective of the format. And Nepal would have dearly liked to latch on to this one, but they didn't. They've got to forget that and carry on. It's been a solid start by England, 57 runs coming in that power play after the early loss of Phil Salt. But Bethel in particular, and for the short time that Jos Buttler was there, looking quite comfortable.
Yeah, and Bethel again is someone who just looks calm, doesn't he? He just walks out there, and even for a number 3 in this format of the game, you want to walk out there and feel like you know what you're getting. And certainly his ability to be selective with the balls that he goes after. It doesn't look as though he's going to stand there and just thrash around and try and slog everything. He's waiting for deliveries that he feels are in his area, and then has the skill to be able to put them away. So he certainly does look like a really special player, and someone that England will try to build all 3 formats around over the next 10 years or so.
A lot of expectations from him. Just a quick look back then at the history of Nepal cricket as the players just finishing their drinks. Started as a recreational sport by the then rulers of Nepal, the Mallas, and they began this as an elitist sport, as England, as cricket has happened in many parts of the world. Over time, of course, it got democratized, particularly after the initial revolution, when I think the royal grip over the country sort of loosened a little bit. More and more people started playing. 1946 is when the Cricket Association of Nepal was formed. 50 years later, almost to the day, was when they became affiliate members of the ICC, and from then on their progress has been quite good, solid. 2004, I think from memory, was when they might have played their first international game, and recently they've beaten the West Indies 2-1 in this format of the game. So they have progressed. As I said before, the Nepal Premier League really has made a huge difference to cricket in Nepal, and the big cheers you're hearing are because the ball is now in the hand of Sandeep Lamichhane, by far their most experienced cricketer, and somebody who's played in leagues around the world, including the IPL. Here's Sandeep Lamichhane, first ball, and Banton looks for the reverse sweep. He's struck on the pad, he's been given LBW. He looked for the reverse sweep, I think missed it completely. Lamichhane is confident. Will England review? Will Banton want to review that? They're having a chat. The timer's ticking down. It's down to 3 seconds now. And yes, just with 1 second remaining, they've decided to go up. But it looked pretty straight. We are at an odd angle, so difficult to say. Finney?
It looks pretty out to me. I think Banton will be hoping that maybe he's got his pad outside the line of off stump, trying to play that reverse sweep, but the angle of Lamichhane coming back in towards the off stump, I think, might put paid to that.
We're just watching the replay now.
Yeah, it's clearly missed the bat. Just right. Just
Umpire score.
It's clearly missed the bat. We can go to ball tracking when ready.
As you're hearing, there doesn't seem to be any bat on the ball. The Nepal players all gathered together, as it inevitably is the case.
The only thing that could save him here is height, but I'm not sure this pitch is going to bounce enough for a spinner to bounce it over the top of the stumps.
We've got ball tracking now. Original decision is out. Impact is in line. Hitting the wickets.
Confirmation. So Tom Banton has to make the long walk back to the dugout, and England have lost their 3rd wicket, 57 for 3, and they've lost the review with it. So Lamichhane strikes with the very first ball. Sandeep Lamichhane certainly made lots of waves when he first came out and played in the IPL some years ago. I think he played for Delhi in their first version, not when they were called the Delhi Capitals, but came out and played for them. And he was the first Nepali player to play in the Indian Premier League. Since then, of course, he's played in the Caribbean League and a few others around the world. Experienced, as I said, jersey number 25 on his back, and he's struck with the very first ball he's bowled.
Yeah, and Tom Banton, that's a shot that he uses. It's a shot he's very good at, actually. It's why he's batting at 4. In these conditions in India, where you expect he will face a lot of spin through the middle overs, his ability to hit both sides of the pitch with the sweep is a big strength of his. So he's opting to do that first ball, misses it, misses his opportunity, and is given out LBW. So Harry Brook, with all the conjecture and noise around the off-field stuff that's been going on, has led England to 2 good victories in white ball series in Sri Lanka, and now has his opportunity in this World Cup to try and drag the conversation away from what he's been up to off the field to what he can do on it.
Absolutely, and he's in red-hot form. He's scored tons of runs in Sri Lanka and elsewhere, of course, as we all know. Immensely talented cricketer, and as Finney says, nothing better than to let the bat do the talking. He's taking his time. There's a slip in place for Lamichhane, as you would imagine. The deep fielder on the onside, a deep backward square, and a man deep mid-wicket, and a wideish long on. 3 men on the onside, 2 on the offside, long off and sweeper cover. Here's Lamichhane in bowls, and Brook works it away wristily, looks for the first run quickly, and thinking of the second, was interested, but Bethel turning him back, saying no. And I think it might have been a good call in the end. 58 for 3.
Yeah, I think there would have been a run out there had they opted to come back for the second. Good intent, though. You want to run that first one hard, tap and go, and look for the second, but smart fielding out there, and a swift throw in, actually. A very good arm, strong arm in, will be make the England batters wary of taking that on.
Fielder switching over for the left-handed Bethel, and with the leg spin of Lamichhane. Let's see how Jacob Bethel approaches it. Lamichhane bowls, and Bethel goes back deep in his crease, content to gently push it away on the onside. He'll take a run to long on, and the total moves up to 59 for 3. Just watching that replay, just went the other way, didn't it? He was expecting the leg break to leave the right-hander, which is why the reverse sweep came out, I suspect.
That's the risk of doing it very first ball as well, isn't it? And not giving yourself a read of how it might react off the pitch.
Into Brook is Lamichhane, and now this one's been reverse swept just past the diving left hand of the fielder at first slip. It would have been the most remarkable catch if it had been made, because it came off the face of the bat, and quite deliberate from the England captain. But boy, this is brave cricket.
He'd have not wanted it to be that fine, would he? It's certainly come off the face of the bat, but it's a very full delivery.
In fact, from near the splice.
Scooped round the corner as opposed to swept.
Yeah, well, it's got it away between the diving fielder Ari at slip, Dipinder Ari, diving away to his left, and he would have been talking about that catch for about 50 years had he got that. Here's Lamichhane bowling to Brook, comes back in to the right-hander, and Brook's tapping it away on the onside. They've taken the first run again very quickly, which is the right thing to do. Put some pressure on the fielder running in, but he does well. Does Lokesh Baum coming off the deep mid-wicket fence, and limits the scoring to a single. 64 for 3 now in the 7th over. In fact, the last ball of the 7th over, Lamichhane's first, which has gone for 7 runs so far. Bowls to Bethel, and the thickish outside edge runs down to short third. There won't be a run. That's the end of a good over from Sandeep Lamichhane, picking up the wicket and giving away 7 runs. 64 for 3. The run rate 9.14. England won't be unduly concerned, but Nepal will take some heart from the fact that they've picked up 3 wickets.
Yep, absolutely. And wickets are the order of the day. It's the only way that you halt the run rate in T20 cricket. If you don't take wickets, the opposition will build that platform to then be able to explode later on. So your mindset and your intent always with the ball in your hand in T20 has to be to take wickets until those very last couple of overs when you can start thinking about defending. But yeah, think wickets, and Lamachani looks as though he's the kind of bowler, or we know he's the kind of bowler that can take 3 or 4. So he's the danger man. He has 18 deliveries yet to bowl.
Yes, he does. Just finishing his first over. Nepal are going to have to be wary about the amount of time they're taking between overs. Remember, the penalty can come in, and that can really hurt you towards the end of the innings. Change of ends for Nandan Yadav now, coming in from the end opposite to us, the D Road end, if you want to call it that, which is the name of the street behind the main gates to the Wankhede Stadium. Here's here's Yadav bowls, and nicely worked away by Brook down towards deep backward square for a single, ambles across, and the total moves up to 65 for 3. Brook is 7, Bethel is on 28 of 15. He's really looked the most assured, one has to say. He's played a couple of terrific shots with the back foot going deep into his crease. There was that beautifully caressed square drive in the previous over against the off spinner, and he has certainly looked the part as England move on to 65 for 3, looking to set a total which will be well beyond Nepal's capabilities. Change in field again, third dropping back from the circle, and now the 4 men inside the ring. Wideish mid-off, extra cover, and backward point on the offside. 45 on the on, cracked away, and well fielded on the boundary, but it's beautifully timed again. Good sound of the bat, and 1 more to the total. 66 now for 3. Yadav's doing a decent job, just bowling back of a length, not dropping it too short, not dropping it too full, and that has just momentarily, with that wicket, eased the rate of scoring from a Nepali point of view.
Yeah, as a seamer here, you want to just be keeping your game plan as simple as you possibly can. Hammer back of a length over the top of the stumps, change your pace occasionally, let the wicket do the work for you.
He has done the Yadav. Nice easy run up to the wicket, comes in, bowls, drops it short in this cracked square of the wicket. He'll only get 1. There was width on offer there, but Harry Brook not trying anything too fancy, happy to cut it down towards point and pick up a run.
Yeah, he looks as though he's just trying to bowl a bit too quick when he bowls those deliveries. Sometimes you can be rushed at the crease. The emotion of the occasion and the want to do really well sometimes makes you rush things, but when he got that wicket of Butler, everything clicked into place and there was a lovely rhythm to the ball. That's why it kicked off the surface. Just has to try and remember that feeling, find that kick off a good length.
Now to the left-handed Bethel, bat raised, waits, and Yadav is in over the wicket, down the leg side, called wide, as it rightly should be. You were talking about that challenge, particularly in this format, isn't it, Finney? Every ball, with every single right and left combination, bowlers having to adjust. Not an easy task.
No, and it's the mental side of the game, isn't it? Being able to reset at the end of every delivery, decide what you want to do, what your plan is for that very ball. And I think that's what the best players do. They break it down into small, tiny little chunks and refocus at the end of their mark, decide what they want to do, execute it, move on to the next one. Sometimes everything going on in a T20 could become a bit much and you can lose sight of what's immediately in front of you.
Yeah, the win again to Bethel, and Bethel's working it away into deep mid wicket with soft hands. This time they could take the second run. They turn quickly, both of them. Here's the throw coming in, but very comfortably back into his crease is Jacob Bethel. Now playing that deliberately with soft hands, placing it well. That's excellent running, and another way to just keep the scoreboard ticking without taking too much risk.
Yep, it's that decision that you have to make on the spot. The ball's not there to hit for 4 or 6. What's the next best option? Dab it in and around that big vacant mid-wicket region. There's no fielder inside the ring. On the leg side, apart from short, fine legs, so the fielders, because that boundary is slightly shorter, are all hugging the boundary as well, who are out on the fence. So there is a big gap in there at mid-wicket. If you can't hit it for 4 or 6, to drop it in there for 2.
Yeah, they win again. 2 balls to go in this over. Is in bowls, and this time it's sort of almost hit down into the ground, and they're running a second run. If the return had come in better, this could have been tied. There was hesitation there on Bethel's part. Brook had turned and was charging down the wicket for the second run. Bethel just momentarily, I think, may have taken his eyes off his partner, and then seeing the skipper charging down, rushed back, and good for him that he made it back into the crease. The throw wasn't exactly great either.
No, better throw there. He's in big trouble, actually. The fielder just rushed to throw a touch, but Jacob Bethel definitely stopped and then had to put the afterburners on to try and make it. A good throw over the top of the stumps without bouncing would have been tight.
Change in field. Mid-off now dropping back to a wideish long off, and third coming into the ring at short third. Yadav 72 for 3 England, and Yadav is in again. Past umpire Tucker, he's up, he bowls, and bails out of the stroke. Wide call by the umpire. A difficult angle, as I said, from where we're broadcasting, but on the monitor, very evident. Ball going way down the offside, and deciding against playing the shot was Jacob Bethel. One more to the total. 73 for 3 now. The DJ is getting into his work. I'm sure you're hearing it over the effects mic, getting the crowd up. What he's got to remember is that the crowd is predominantly Nepal supporters. There are a fair few English fans as well, but clearly outnumbered as Yadav bowled. This one's attempted sort of almost like a flick over the short fine area, doesn't quite get hold of it, and there will be no run because it's fielded at 45. That's the end of the 8th over. It's 73 for 3, and England going along quite well, in control of things, but they would dearly now like to start looking at getting a move on from here on in, with about 12 overs to go in this innings. The two, in many ways, linchpins really of this middle order now. Harry Brook in the company of Jacob Bethel at the crease, and joining me as Stephen Finn takes a break is Matt Henry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Quick trip from Chennai after taking one for against New Zealand, taking one for New Zealand this morning.
Sandeep Lamichhane to continue. Just get the feeling he might be the key. He's in bowls, and off the back foot, wristily worked away by Brook. He might have been looking to play this a little bit squarer, deciding against it, and will pick up a run down towards long on. 74 for 3 now.
It's an impressive crowd now, isn't it, really, for a neutral game? It wasn't too full at the start, but it's well over half full now, well over, you'd say.
Yep.
What, 65, 70% full?
Certainly is. Lamichhane bowls, and on the back foot it's worked away by Jacob Bethel for a run wide of long on. No surprise really, Matt, for me, because as I said, there are literally millions of Nepalese who work across India. Mumbai being the place it is obviously attracts a lot of people, and I won't be surprised if there are people who actually travelled in from both within India and from Nepal to come and support their team, especially knowing Nepal are going to play all their games here. This one's a quicker delivery, flatter, and defended in front of his pads by the England skipper. 75 for 3. Bethel's 34 of 20. Brook is 9 of 7, and Lamichhane trying to keep things on a tight leash at the moment. To the English skipper, goes bowls, and he looks to sweep. Then got a little bit of bat on it. No run, of course. Lamichhane holds his hands on his head, but no damage done, and that's the important thing. This was a regular leg break, no turn, just straight through, and wasn't that far away from the off stump as Brook looked to sweep. It is this ground. There's Lamichhane in again, bowls, and Brook goes back and works it beautifully, fielded by the bowler off his follow through. This shows you experience and skill both. Brilliant work by Sandeep Lamichhane. Almost at the feet of Jacob Bethel as he dives and throws his right hand and comes up with the ball in his hand. So no run. Looking for the big shot now, is he, Brook? And he's pulling it around the corner, but he'll only get one. Didn't quite get hold of it. And a single to the total and to Harry Brook. He's in double figures. He's on 10, and the total moves up to 76 for 3 at the end of 9 overs.
I think that last ball was the only real drag down or wayward delivery in the over. It was a really accurate spell so far from Lamichhane. I've not got the number to hand. I was just looking at it, and it's slipped away. He's got a remarkably good economy rate, and it's hard with associate nations to compare their stats to what we normally see, because obviously a lot of the cricket is happening against fellow associate nations. But it's got for a wrist spinner in T20s, it's got a very good economy rate.
He certainly does. And we've got a change in bowling at the far end. Kushal Burtel coming into bowl. But Sandeep Lamishani, as we've said before, and as you know well, Matt, one of in fact, the most experienced player in this team, and is showing why. 2 overs for 10 runs, I think, is his bowling analysis for the moment. And now we have Kushal Burtel with the 10th over to come. He's starting that. The field for him, 2 men in the deep on the offside at long off and deep point, 3 men in the deep on the onside, long on, deep mid wicket and backward square. Here's Burtel, bowls, and Brook pierces the gap on the offside inside the ring. He'll get 4 runs down to square third. Lovely shot, didn't try to hit it too hard. All he had to do was make sure he placed it perfectly, and he did. Yep. 80 for 3.
Really accurate. He's not tried to hit that hard at all, and there's 2 fielders there, one at backward point and one at short third, so the gap is not too big, and the backward point's a bit in off the ring as well to cut down the angle, but Brooks just threaded it through perfectly.
Indeed. Here's Burtel again, boundary of the first ball, always pressure on the bowler. This time he waits on it. The ball's coming so slowly off the pitch, he has all the time in the world, and as the return comes in from deep mid wicket, comfortable brace to the England captain, who's up to 16 now, and the total goes up to 82 for 3. So England in good position. They'll be aiming for, I suspect, somewhere around 220 if they can really get a move on from here. They've got wickets in hand, and we all know that England bat deep, and they have the ability to hit the long ball as well.
So 160 was enough in the end for India last night. They needed 1 batter, their captain Sirakumar.
Burtel bowls, and this time good diving stop from Kushal. That's the kind of desperation you need when you're playing against a side that in every manner is expected to steamroll you almost. Is so much superior in terms of facts and data and experience and years of cricket. But Kushal on that occasion making sure that that 1 extra run is not going to accrue. Here he is again. Bowls, and this time comfortably played. He was thinking of placing it in that same area to get 2, just timed it too well.
You could see he was annoyed with himself,
yes.
Wasn't he? He's hit it a bit too square, which meant he didn't quite find the gap between deep mid wicket and long on, which he found earlier in the over to get 2, did Harry Brook.
83 for 3 now. Current run rate shade over 8.5 runs. That should get up over the next 10 overs after this one's complete, and England would look to try and get a good total on, put down a marker, also get some confidence going into the tournament. Here's Burtel bowls, and on the back foot Bethel driving, not getting timing on it this time. He's been timing the ball superbly, has Bethel, but this occasion fielded at extra cover by Lokesh, and there is no chance of a run. Lokesh Baum at extra cover, and here's Burtel again in bowls, and Bethel this time works it on the onside. He'll take 1. The fielder comes charging off the boundary. That is Dipendra Airi, and limits the scoring to a single. So that's 10 overs bowled, halfway stage of the innings, 84 for 3. Bethel on 35 of 22, really holding the key now, and Brook just about warming up, 17 of 14. More from Matt Henry, and then for commentary, Henry Moran.
Yeah, Prakash mentioned earlier that all the drama and the controversy that surrounds Harry Brook coming into this tournament. Myself and Henry, he comes onto commentary, spoke to him yesterday at his pre-match press conference, and Brook was basically asked a lot about what's gone on and how he's managed to put it aside and still bat so well, and his answer was typically matter of fact and a very Harry Brook answer. He just said something along the lines of, well, I'm still quite good at hitting a ball, was basically what he said. Despite everything, he still manages to do that quite well.
I know, he does make me laugh as sometimes the most honest interviewee you'll ever meet. Rocking back, chopping towards backward point is Bethel, who's there on an impressive 35. He won't find a run off the bowling of Mala first ball, who has gone 1 for 27 from his 2.1 overs so far. Moving in round the wicket now, Bethel will again chase a wide delivery, and this time will find enough of a gap for a single. moves to 36. England up to 85 for 3. What do you reckon's a realistic total they'll want and expect from here?
Yeah, Prakash just said 220, and
220?
Yeah, I gasped a little bit inside. I think that's going to go well to get there from here, but if you put the pressure on, get going. Obviously got Sam Kerr and Will Jacks still to come, as well as these two, and then Liam Dawson, Jofra Archer, who can hit things.
This is tossed up and Brook will tap into the onside, runs through firmly for 1.
I don't think England put limits on these things, and that's should really have been an overthrow there, definitely. Not really paying attention.
Did it hit Bethel though?
Oh, maybe.
That's the only question.
Yeah, but I mean, 200 would be in reach from here. We saw in the series against Sri Lanka, Harry Brook, when he gets going, can score at a ridiculous rate. So you'd never put up a limit on things, just keep going and going.
Round the wicket, Malla with the off spin. This is a bit quicker, and Bethel will again slash through the offside. 1 taken. 87 for 3. 2 balls left of the 11.
We saw yesterday that 160 for India against USA was more than enough. They won by 29 runs, did they, I think, in the end?
Well, England would need to go at about 13 and a half and over to get to 220, which feels a lot. 10 and over would get them to around 190. Clipped off the toes by Brook. 1 taken. 88 for 3.
It has been interesting this last 2-3 overs, because Harry Brook is just knocking it around, isn't he? It's not something we don't always see from England. They're often criticised for not sensing moments in games, and they're just going hard too quickly too often.
Malla around the wicket. Bethel will get 4. Threads the needle past backward point and manages to pick up a boundary to move his total to 41. That's a lovely shot from Jacob Bethel, who's increasingly looking like a player for all seasons here. 92 for 3, 8 from the over, and England, after 11, are well set. I think there are some, Matt, who might say, well, I wouldn't have minded seeing Harry Brook just trying to tap it around a bit during the recent Ashes series.
Well, yeah, exactly. He didn't play like this very often, did he? He's played more conservatively here than he did at many times during the Ashes. 4 minutes behind on the overs here as well. But yeah, Brook has... Yeah, he's played it sensibly, and just like negate when you get to, what was the score of the last wicket? 92? No, that's the current score.
That's the current score. It was 57.
Yeah, that's just a little bit of a protection needed from there.
Brook with a high elbow will again get the single, this time up to long on. Gives the strike to Bethel. England 93 for 3. Birtle is continuing with more options of spin, which almost makes it more surprising that we're as far behind in terms of time as we are, because there's been a lot of it in this innings. I almost think they should revise how long innings are expected to take, though. This is a quicker ball left alone by Bethel, because it's too wide outside the off stump, and it's well taken by the keeper. And so 1 more to the total. 94 for 3. Bethel, the streaks of zinc paint across his cheeks. Watches on as in comes Birtle, and he goes hard at that down the ground. He rocked back, and he's going to get runs. How many is the question? 6 or 4? And it is 6, and that was just power.
Yeah, he's not really timed that, I don't think, and definitely not as well as... He's played the same shot. I think that's the 3rd time Jacob Bethel's played that shot. Sort of just rocking back, not that short, and managing to whack it over quite a straight mid-wicket. That one was probably, well, it was to the right of the fielder at long on, so I don't think he middled it, not quite where he was aiming, but he's just powered it with his fast hands and his own strength to get it over the boundary.
Bethel, well, that is brutal. Into the leg side and smacking into the top tier. That is absolutely enormous, and what a way to bring up a 50. What a way to bring up a 3rd T20 international 50 from Jacob Bethel. 53 off 28, and boy, is this player some talent. 106 for 3.
Yeah, if there's any doubt about whether he'd middled the previous one, he definitely has that one, because that's hit right up the top of the tier to our right. Bethel didn't come into this series, into this World Cup with great form from the Sri Lanka series. Got a few low scores there. Doubts over what his role might be in T20 cricket going forward, but he's proving number 3.
Back-to-back 6s, followed by a dot ball into the offside.
Yeah, proving himself to be a handy player to have at number 3 here.
Well, he just looks adaptable. and able to move through the gears in a way that few players quite have that ability. He waits now and plays with a delicate little open face towards backward point. And where he found the boundary previous over, this time finds the hands of the fielder. 1 ball left of the 12th over. England 106 for 3. Bethel on 53 off 30. Waits now for Birtle, who's end of his mark and jogging in now, and this will be swept without much timing by Bethel, and picks out the hands of the fielder, and there'll be no run. So 3 dots to finish what was otherwise an expensive over, 14 coming from it. And Jacob Bethel, who when I spoke to him on the boundary edge after that remarkable 100, it has to be said, at the SCG during the Ashes series, and I said, well, how is it you are able to play both the very technically correct shots as well as the expansive power game? And he said, well, I was so small growing up, I had to learn to play properly or I wasn't going to get anywhere. And I could then add that to the game. And sort of, it feels a lot of the time young players go the other way round. They try and reverse engineer themselves to become proper players once they've learned how to try and smack it out of the park. Here comes Brook, looking to do just the latter. Doesn't really go where he wants it to go, which is somewhere out towards us in the media centre. Instead, it goes dribbling square on the leg side for 2. Partnership's worth 51 off 39.
It's made Bethel the youngest player to score a 50 for England at a T20 World Cup as well. I wouldn't have picked the person second on that list.
I've just seen it. Sorry.
You can test Finney with it when he comes back in a minute.
Lamachan to Brook. Lamachan with 2 overs remaining of his spell. The real danger from this Nepalese bowling attack. And Brook will get a single down the ground to bring Bethel on to strike. 109 for 3.
It's interesting with Bethel as well that obviously I think it's fair to say there are doubts among England fans about where he fits in this T20 lineup, and when you've got Ben Duckett's out of form, but someone like him who could come in, maybe a Jordan Cox could bat number 3. But England obviously rate Bethel very highly. And then you compare that when we came to Will Jacks's press conference 2 days ago on Friday here.
Lamachan over the wicket. A reverse sweep is attempted by Bethel, half an appeal from LBW, but it's not doing any of the right things.
I think the one England player that the local journalists here were asking about was Jacob Bethel. He has played a couple of games. I think he only played 2 games in the IPL last year for Royal Challengers Bengaluru, but I think he's definitely making a name for himself in this country.
Lamachan to Bethel, clips the ball into the onside for 1. He's a brilliant fielder is the other thing, and I remember was a real standout in the IPL last year. When he got his chance, he really did look lightning in the field if he wasn't necessarily batting where he wanted to bat and quite doing it in that sense. But if you are going to perform on the world stage, a tournament in India isn't a bad place to do it financially.
Yeah, and I think I'm not sure he was in the starting 11. I think RCB had cottoned on to something.
Brook goes inside out in the way that only he can. He's going to get a boundary there. It goes dropping a couple of times, but into the ropes, out over extra cover. Manages to open the face in a way that other players just don't seem to be able to do, and he gets that boundary away quite beautifully. 114 for 3.
Yeah, like you say, Henry, he hits over extra cover like few others in the world. He seems to do it differently as well. You often see that with sort of quite a locked wrist style from other players, but he just manages to just flick it and power it over extra cover.
Lamachan to Brook, who goes hard down the ground for 6, smacking the ball towards us at long on and into that sea of spectators below us. Oh, that was a savage blow, it really was.
He hardly seemed to hit it. It's gone miles.
Well, the phrase "it was 6 from the moment he left his bat" doesn't really mean anything, but I sort of get what it means in that sense. Because as soon as he made contact, he just didn't bother looking. It sounded so good, it looked so good. And those spectators were diving for cover.
Yeah, he's rocked back there, Brook, but the ball still would have hit the top of the stumps, I think, so it wasn't that short, but he still managed to go back, get under it, and get it over long on. Often see a shot like that off the back foot over long on from something that wasn't a lot shorter than that, if you know what I mean. Badly described there, but you kind of get what I mean.
We won't tell Finney. Well, actually, he's about to come on now, so we can test him as the youngest half-century maker for England in a T20 World Cup. See if he can get it. Bethel waiting for Irie, and one will be taken down the ground. Stephen Finn, coffee in hand, comes to join me. And Finney, so Jacob Bethel, age 22 years, 3 months and 16 days.
Iconic stadium to say the least, but just thought we'd take this opportunity.
So, who is the youngest player that he surpassed for England, who was 22 years, 5 months and 18 days with a T20 World Cup half-century?
Can you get? Am I allowed a year of that, or is that going to make it too obvious?
I'm going to guess it was 2010 myself. 121 for 3. Harry is in, and Brook goes big down the ground. He's going to get 6 more. It's a massive blow. And Harry Brook pummels it down the ground over long on again to move to 39 from 22.
Well, he's motoring there, isn't he? His ability to generate power from... it's a back foot shot, but the ball is not pitching in an area where you would be playing back foot shots, so it's quite a bit fuller, and his ability and strength to be able to hit that ball up over mid-on is quite ridiculous, really.
Here is Ari again, and Brook will drive back towards the bowler and the umpire, and Rod Tucker does very well to try and get out of the way of it, and he almost did a little keepy up. It was rather elegant from the Australian. So I'm going to... would you like a clue?
No, I'm determined to get this.
Okay. 128 for 3. As Harry is in to Bethel, who goes very high down the ground. Fielder running in. Big chance of a catch. And the catch is taken. Bethel's out. It's 128. But it's now 128 for 3. As Jacob Bethel goes 55 from 35. He tried to smack it out of Mumbai, but it was caught by the fielder running in from the long-on boundary, and Jacob Bethel has to go.
Yeah, it went so far up in the air, didn't it? It was a slog sweep, but looking to aim straight over a wide long-on, but he didn't get it at all. It goes straight up the chimney, and the fielder in the long-on boundary has to settle under it for an age and takes a good catch running in from the deep, but it felt as though the two of them, Bethel and Brook, had just decided to flick the switch to really put the pressure on Nepal here in Mumbai, and they've broken the partnership, and it gives Nepal an opportunity to gather their thoughts as their coach comes steaming out onto the pitch to give them a team talk in this wicket break.
So drinks are being taken. The yellow-shirted ground staff will come out and sweep away at the dusty surface. Drinks will be administered to various members of the playing staff and umpires, and we'll all have 2 minutes to grab our thoughts and give you a chance to... Okay,
I've gathered my thoughts.
Yeah.
2010, Craig Kieswetter's a good chance, but I think he'd have been older than 22 at that World Cup. But
I think it's 2010.
Well, the way you've just said that suggests to me that it's not Craig Kieswetter.
Not necessarily.
Okay, Craig Kieswetter.
It's Craig Kieswetter. And third on the list is...
Okay, third on the list, Harry Brook in 2022.
Nope.
Okay.
What year it was, I wouldn't know, but he is a good friend of yours.
Okay. I've got loads of good friends, you see,
Well,
so it's hard to distinguish between
That's
them.
the problem, isn't it? It makes it too wide a group.
Well, but Butler played when he was young, didn't he? Butler played in 2012, so he'd have been 21 then in 2012, I'm saying. Then maybe he was 23 in 2014 when he scored one, so Butler.
Morgan,
okay.
Who was 23.
So 2010, that was the Barbados one.
Yeah.
Or West Indies one. Yeah.
And who opened alongside Kieswetter that tournament?
Michael Lumb.
Correct.
Yeah.
There you go.
And that partnership came about because we played England in a one-off T20. We being the England Lions played England in a one-off T20 in Abu Dhabi in about February 2010. And on our team was Kieswetter and Lum. On the opposition, I think Jonathan Trott and someone else opened.
In a T20?
In a T20, Trott played against us for England in a T20 game. And Kieswetter and Lum hit the ball all over the place. And you had all the big guns playing, Sidebottom, Broad, Bresnan. And they hammered them all over the place. And we won the game, I think. England Lions won the game against England. And from that moment forward, Andy Flower picked those two as his opening partnership to take England into that World T20, which at the time was quite forward thinking, because I don't think people played as aggressively as clearly they do now. So it was a one-off game between the Lions and England that brought about that partnership.
So England 128 for 4, with Brook there on 40. Curran yet to face a ball, but he's going through his various stretching motions out there in the middle. Bethel caught by Lokesh off the bowling of Ari for 55 off 35. England well set here, but they'll be wary of losing another wicket quickly. Curran whirling his arms around. He's a very experienced player, Sam Curran. He's played lots of IPL cricket, captaining sides in this part of the world and showing his adaptability as a bowler and a batter. And immediately comes lunging forward in defence.
And a good pick, I think, for this, especially in these conditions. But it does seem inconceivable that you wouldn't have Sam Curran somewhere in an England T20 team. He was out of the loop for a little while.
This is quicker outside the off stump and mistimed out to short cover as the over comes to an end. 8 from it and the wicket too. So England 128 for 4 after 14. Bethel knew as soon as it hit that it wasn't off the right part of the bat as it went skywards. He almost was on his way off the field before the catch was taken by Lokesh. It's an interesting one, isn't it, Sam Curran, because that series against India in 2018 in the Test arena, it sort of felt like he was going to be someone that would play 100 Test matches, and it's not really happened. But
well, this is his speciality now, isn't it? I think his skill set really suits this format of the game. I think the Test format and the one-day format needs more specialists, whereas Sam Curran is someone who can do everything, and especially his ability and the power that he's added to his game to bat in the middle order. He could bat at 4, 5, 6.
Bertel starts a new over, and this is crunched through the offside by Brook. Oh, almost stopped quite magnificently by Gulshan, but he could only really push it round the post, and it goes to the boundary because Brook had just hit it with such venom, ferocity to the left of the long off fielder.
He's timed that so well, hasn't he? Full and wide outside the off stump, so he's flashed his hands through it, flayed it through that offside just straight at the extra cover fielder. But the way that he times the ball, the way that a lot of these England players time the ball on a tricky pitch.
Bertel to Brook, who with a cross bat will tap down the ground for a single. 13 fours, 6 sixes in the innings so far. England 132 for 4. Curran will face his third ball, yet to get off the mark. Player of the tournament when England won in 22. That memorable tour that saw one of the most dominant T20 displays I've ever seen. That win against India at
Adelaide.
Yeah. Sam Curran thrashes the ball out towards cover. Very good diving stop though, as Vendra Singh Ari moves to his right to cut off what would have been a boundary for sure. 1-3-3 for 4. Curran crouching, waiting for the spin that's a little slower this time. Back to the bowler it goes. A couple of dot balls, 5 from the over with 2 balls left of it.
Well, I know Butler ranks that day as one of his favourite,
I bet,
in his career.
Him and Alex Hales. 10 wicket win, chasing 160 odd. Curran waits. Again, targets the offside, and on the bounce it goes to the fielder. Some cheers. Some thinking it's a catch, others just applauding the dot ball. One ball left of the over. 1-3-3 for 4. Here comes Bertel in, and Curran will get a run this time. Deep in the crease, clipping out towards the leg side. And with 5 overs remaining, England going just shy of 9 and over. They're 134 for 4. Best of the action available on the BBC Sport website and app. Every ball of every game available for you to listen to across the BBC, around the world on the ICC app, and also on the ABC Listen app. Hello to you. Across Australia, our final offering of the day is the evening match from Colombo, Sri Lanka against Ireland. That gets underway at 1:30 UK time, or 7 p.m. local time. Here comes Prakash Wakanka to join you, Stephen Finn.
They've laid the platform here. England 134 for 4. These last 5 overs, a real opportunity to explode. Brook looks good. Sam Curran just getting going, 1 from 6. Hasn't looked fluent against the spin so far.
First ball of a fresh over, tucked away towards the deep mid-wicket area for a single. I'll take the total up now to 135 for 4. And as you were saying, Finney, England will now target, I think, to try and play some big shots. They've got wickets in hand, and the platform, as you said, is there. 200 could be the kind of number they look at it. They go really well. 12 and over will get them pretty close, if not more. Next ball down the leg side, called wide, looking to fire it in is Deepinder Irie, and one more to the total. 136 for 4. Partnership just about beginning now after the fall of Bethel's wicket. Irie bowls and looking to hammer it away. Brook doesn't get all the timing that he would have liked to. No chance to get under it, and that's what Nepal bowlers are trying, aren't they? Just trying to make sure that the England batters don't get underneath it and get the elevation that they're looking for.
Yeah, varying their pace nicely as well, certainly in the previous over to Curran. Nice variations.
Irie again bowls, and this time Curran's chopped it on. He's played on, he's bowled, and Irie has picked up a wicket. England lose their 5th, 137 for 5. Be a little disappointed there, but that ball maybe just keeping a shade low as he looked to drive through the offside, having made room, and chopped it back onto his stumps. It's not a nice feeling for a batter when you drag one back on.
No, he never looked fluent. Sam Curran in this innings, they have varied their pace really well. That one was rapid, just over 100 kilometres an hour, so really fired through with a low trajectory. And Curran rocking back, looking to cut the ball into the offside hard, gets an under edge back onto his stump. So his work with the bat is done. That brings to the crease Will Jacks, who fairly unfamiliar position for him, batting at number 7, or very unfamiliar position, him batting at number 7 in a T20 game, used to opening the batting or batting in the top 3 at the very least in domestic T20s, and did so for was it RCB in the IPL a couple of years ago. Did it with good success as well there. So coming in at number 7, a very different role, but a powerful player that can clear the ropes.
And that's what England will expect from him, won't they? I mean, they've got yes, they've lost another wicket, but they still have enough and more firepower to try and put this Nepal bowling attack to the sword in the remaining overs. 4.5 to go after, as we look at it now. 15.3 overs have been bowled, and Irie has picked up a wicket. Will Jacks, 137 for 5 then England. Field just being adjusted, bowling round the wicket. The new batsman just moving across to square leg, takes a look around the 3 men on deep on the onside. There's just one fielder in the ring on the onside. Irie bowls wide of the crease, defended on the offside. This is good by Deepinder Irie, just keeping it tight.
Yep, keeping it tight, varying his pace, bowling round the wicket, so trying to keep that line tight to Will Jacks, who likes to free his hands outside the off stump.
Irie in again bowls, and this one's worked away nicely. They'll pick up a run, he'll get off the mark as well, and England move to 138 for 5, with one ball to come in the 16th. We saw 162 was more than enough. It was in the evening, mind you, and England's bowling depth and variety, I suspect, already will play a role. Nepal will have to really play out of their skins if they have to come anywhere close. Nicely played, but not for runs, straight to the fielder. Excellent over that. 3 runs and a wide and a wicket for Deepinder Irie, who's now bowled 3 overs, 2 for 23.
Yeah, good stuff. It looks though they've just realigned after the drinks break and the dismissal of Jacob Bethel. There was a big huddle out there by Nepal just to realign and gather their thoughts before those final 5 or 6 overs, give themselves the opportunity to really make sure that they're all pulling in the right direction.
Yeah, lots of options available. Lamichhane is starting his fourth and final over. Karan Casey has 2, Malla has 1, Irie has 1, and Nandan also has 2 overs, as there are enough options for the Nepal captain to try and marshal his bowling attack. Here's Lamichhane in to bowl, and he defeats the forward push that Jacks attempted through extra cover. Just a little bit of hint of turn there, fired in quickly. Wily bowler Lamichhane. 3 men in the ring on the offside, 1 at 45, and the 5 men deep on the boundary. 3 on the on, 2 on the off. Lamichhane bowls, and once again he beats him with a lovely ball. Nice loop turn, a bit of grip as well.
Yeah, beautiful bowling. Drifting in towards off stump, forcing Jacks to play. We're trying to open the face through that offside, and then sharp turn and bounce beyond the outside edge. Really is nice bowling. You put good money on this one being a googly.
Yes. That's the confidence as the camera pans and a close-up on Sandeep Lamichhane. It comes with experience, that bowls, and Jacks this time is getting bat on ball, but not for runs, as it's fielded just at backward point, coming off the inner circle, and this is 3 dot balls in a row. I'm sure Jack's looking now to play the big shot.
Yeah, although the sensible person on his shoulder hopefully is telling him that Lamichhane is the dangerous bowler here.
Lamichhane in again, tosses this one up, reverse sweep attempted, won't get a run as it's fielded. The fumble allowing the single to be taken, and that'll bring Brook on strike, looking for the reverse sweep, getting some bat on it, and the fumble means he gets another run. He's up to 2, 139 for 5, 2 balls of the 17th to come. Lamichhane has 1 for 25, 2 balls of his spell remain, and that's what England will be aiming for. Just see off these 2 balls. There's a loose one, put it away, and then really go big in the last 3 overs. 139 for 5, current run rate 8.34. Lamichhane to Brook, and Brook is easing it onto the offside, won't get a run. The Nepal supporters have maintained the tempo of their cheering, and the drums and shouting and the flags away in that Devecha Pavilion stand, which is almost owned by them right now. Stops, misses a step in his run-up. Lamichhane goes back to the top of his run. That's 8 or 10 paces. A couple of steps walking towards, and then bowls. Nice action. Eased away again by Harry Brook, giving him the respect he deserves. That's the end of a very good spell from Sandeep Lamichhane. 4 overs, 1 for 25 for him. And that now brings the last 18 balls of the innings. How many can England get?
Well, do you know what? I like that from England. There's only been 1 run off that over, and especially from Harry Brook, who's been criticised a lot for taking the wrong decision with the bat in hand at the wrong time, especially in the Ashes at critical moments. The main gun bowler comes back on. I think Mitchell Stark at Perth tries to hit him for 6 over the offside. There, Brook has taken his medicine and said Lamichhane is the real danger bowler here. I can see this over off without taking any undue risks, and I can really try and capitalise at the other end. So switched on and focused, which I like to see.
Right, first ball of the 18th from Burtel. Doesn't get hold of it at all as he looks to cut away on the offside. Is Will Jacks. 12 runs coming off the last 22 balls, 2 wickets also falling in the process, so that's been a good pull back by Nepal. This one's a little bit short and pulled away to deep mid-wicket, but straight to the fielder, so there'll be a single is all they'll get. Nepal have done well in the last 20 minutes or so, pulling back the rate. It was well over 9 for a bit. It's now just a shade over 8, and now is the time. I think this is where we're likely to see some real power from Harry Brook as he settles over his bat and waits for Burtel. Burtel in bowls, and it's eased away nicely, square of the wicket on the offside. Now the single. Does that suggest to you, Finney, that England think they've got enough and will get a few more, no doubt, before the innings concludes? We're in the 18th over. 3 balls of that 18th over to come.
Yeah, I think what England probably are doing here is waiting for the seamers to come back on. It's almost certain that the seamers will bowl the last 2 overs.
Bhurtel in again, tossed up down the wicket, lofted away, and this is going to go, or is it going to be taken? It is. It clears the fielder. Rohit, the captain, was right there, waiting and willing almost to pull the ball back from the trajectory it was on, but it sailed over his head, and all he could do was watch it sail over for another 6. That was a big hit from the England skipper. Good use of the feet, confident, full face of the bat, and hit it clean.
It was almost like a lob wedge. He's got right underneath it, and as it's come down, it's almost come vertically down into the ground just behind the fielder on the long on boundary.
In fact, that was Jacks, not Brook. And this one slapped away wide of mid-off. He might get 4, will draw, good stop, but it's very, very well fielded by the skipper. Rohit Paudel really moving very quickly to his left and making sure that he kept the scoring down to a single. 149 now for 5. In fact, 2 runs there, and that'll take Jacks into double figures. He's on 11 of 10. Brook 47 of 30, and Bhurtel in again, bowls, and this once again just cut away of the back foot, and this will be fielded on the deep cover boundary. They're going to take the second run, and very comfortably completed. Good positive running, quick run first, and then just doubling back for the second. So 18 overs gone. It's 151 for 5 with 2 to play.
And this is go time. Now, they've seen off the spin on what looks like a surface that, as Harry Brook anticipated, is going to become slower and more spinny as the game goes on. But as is natural, the last 2 overs are generally bowled by seamers. Sometimes captains are brave enough to bowl their spinners much later in the piece, but here the captain going back to seam, and this is now England's opportunity, as Surya Kumar Yadav did yesterday for India in the last few overs, capitalised on the seamers coming back and what should be far easier to face than spin on this pitch.
Yeah, so a big job for Nandan Yadav to do. He's bowled his first 2 overs for 13. He's got the wicket of Jos Buttler when he was caught behind for thin outside edge, and this is really an opportunity now for England, as you say, Finney, to try and press the pedal, maybe get to 175, maybe a little more depending on how they go in this over. Harry Brook on strike on 47, 3 shy of 50, which will be a good way for him to start the tournament, and as you said, put all the other stuff further away from people's eyes, at least, if not their minds.
And he is. He's letting his bat do the talking.
Indeed, and that's the way it should be. Here's Nandan Yadav into Harry Brook. He's up, he bowls, and Brook launches it away nonchalantly through mid-wicket, well over the fielder there, and starts off with a 6. Pressure on Nandan Yadav now, and serious pressure.
Yeah, you could just sense it coming.
That's just 50 as well.
Yeah, 31 balls, is it?
31.
Yeah, excellent innings by Brook, and measured in the way that he's targeted bowlers and waited for deliveries. This is definitely the time to try and hit every ball for 6. And
slower ball, picked it up quickly.
Yeah.
Now, what does Yadav do? Does he have a sharp enough ball for the block hole?
Yeah, it's block hole or slower ball, I think. You have to bowl now.
Here he is now, running away from us. He's up past the umpire, bowls to Brook, who goes back in his crease, and he's got the thick outside edge. This is going to take some catching. 2 fielders coming underneath it, and 1 does take it. So it's a good catch. That's the end of Harry Brooks' innings. 53 he's got of 32 balls. Looking for another big hit, as you would have expected him to do. And outside edge, the ball going miles up in the air, coming off the sweeper boundary. I think that's Dipinder Irie there. Wait for confirmation, but a good catch. In fact, it's Malla, Sher Malla, doing the job and taking a good catch in the end. So 157 for 6.
Yeah, the right option from Brook, and just a bit of mis-execution there, maybe slightly coming off it, trying to thrash it down the ground as opposed to time it for 6, but a good catch as well. I thought the cover fielder, who was running back towards the boundary, and the deep cover may collide. They'd have definitely been in each other's eye lines right at the very last second, but the cover fielder running back bailed out and allowed the deep cover to stand there and snaffle the catch, which was a good one around ankle height, running in from that deep cover boundary. And interestingly, tactically, by England here, Jofra Archer has been sent out ahead of Liam Dawson, who is a more recognised batter, but Archer clearly very capable of slapping sixes from the very first ball and enjoys doing so.
Yes, indeed, and we saw that in the Ashes, didn't we? I mean, Archer played some really enterprising knocks through that campaign, and that catch that Mullah took right in front of the big red and blue army of the Nepali fans, and they really had a good time cheering him. Here's Yadav now into Jofra Archer. He's in, he bowls, and Archer gets some bat on it. There's a yes-no wait maybe, and in the end good sense prevails and Archer gets back into his crease. There was a non-existent single being attempted or thought of for a while, and now Jacks goes down the wicket just to have a word saying, let's try and get the ball a little further away before we run, mate. And 157 for 6. This is good by Nepal. You have to say that they've managed to just hold England back a little bit from what could have been a very big total.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think it's kind of a sign of how this pitch is playing now as well, though. Certainly you can see the chunks being dug up as the bowlers follow throughs, go down the pitch.
Yeah, the win again to Archer, who moves on the off stump and gets a full ball, which is almost whipping down towards the long on area. He'll pick up a run and get off the mark. 158 for 6. Now Jacks with 2 balls to come of the 19th, and this has been a good over so far, notwithstanding the first ball 6 that Harry Brook hit. 158 for 6. The run rate just below 8.5 runs and over. It's almost getting to the point where a 160, 170 seems like a par score based on the 3 innings we've seen so far. India got 162 yesterday in the evening, which is enough to win. Yadav to Jacks. He's in, he bowls, and Jacks flashes, gets a thin edge, and he'll run away for 4, almost right behind the keeper. Very fine third. Field for the bowler. England will take the runs. 162 now for 6.
Yeah, justice for the bowlers. Right off the toe end of the bat from Will Jacks, and skids down past the wicket-keeper's right hand.
Yeah, no chance.
No one had any chance of stopping that. So, what has been a decent over after that first ball that Brook hit for 6 has been wrecked somewhat by a fortuitous boundary from Will Jacks, who stands across his stumps now and surveys the leg side, almost eyeing up that deep square leg boundary.
Last ball of the 19th from Yadav to Jacks, and he's hitting that with all the power he can muster, but he'll get just a single, but will keep the strike importantly, though Jofra Archer might be unhappy that he's not going to get the strike. 163 for 6. 1 over to come. 6 balls or 6 legal deliveries to come in the over, and now the umpire's now having a word with the skipper. Is there a time penalty coming? I don't know. We'll find out in a moment.
I think they're okay. It says they've got 5 minutes remaining, so they're on
fine.
Target. So
time on target.
Yeah, absolutely fine.
I think that always helps, doesn't it, when you've got so many bowlers bowling spin?
Yeah, spin helps.
A couple of these Nepal off spinners have been 3 or 4 step run-ups, so that's helped. Last man out then, Harry Brook. Caught Sher Mullah, bowled Nandan Yadav for 53. That's been the standout innings. Contributions, of course, from Butler, who got 26, and Jacob Bethel really holding the early part of the innings together for his 50, 55 of 35. So those two, Bethel and Brook, really the driving force behind England's current total of 163 for 6, with 6 balls to come in this first innings of the opening encounter for England and Nepal in the ICC Men's T20 World Cup here in Mumbai. Karan Casey, whose 2 overs cost 14, is now going to bowl the final over of the innings. He's in, he bowls. Shot pulled away to mid-wicket, not with great conviction. They should be able to get 2. I think the fact that it wasn't timed that well ensured that a direct hit from the deep, just as well that it didn't ricochet away, because there was no one backing up right here in front of us, and if that ball had sort of edged the stumps, there might have been extra runs, but it wasn't to be. Just as well from a Nepal perspective. 165 for 6. 5 balls left in the innings. 8.61. First game of the second day of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup resulted in a 5-wicket win for New Zealand after an early wobble, chasing 180 odd against Afghanistan. That's the group of death as it's being labelled. There's Karan in, and Jacks has launched this one. This will go all the way, no stopping that. In the air, firmly hit, wide of mid-off for 6. That's a terrific shot. England get past 170 now, 171 for 6 with 4 balls to come.
Well, he loves that shot. He's an opening batter by trade. He does that a lot in the power play, just a slight little shuffle towards the leg side in order to open up the off, and then a beautiful swing of the bat right up over his left shoulder, giving it the full welly up over a wide long off. So hard to bowl to when he's able to play that shot and hit it that far.
Still head as he strikes the ball. Always so important, holding the shape as well. 171 for 6 England, looking to power on now in what they can get out of the next 4 deliveries. There's Karan Casey bowls, creates some room and slices it backward point over the top. 6 more. This is turning out to be almost the kind of over we saw in the India innings last evening, where Suryakumar Yadav took heavy toll, and Jack's doing exactly that this time, creating some room by moving away to the leg side and slicing it over deep mid-wicket for 6. 177 for 6.
It's a ridiculous shot, really. That shuffle outside leg again, it's an attempted Yorker, and the Yorker is not missed by that much, but as the ball's dipping towards the base of the stumps, Jacks manages to get his hands underneath the ball, opens the face right off the middle of the bat, and it flies over deep backward point for 6. Quite ridiculous.
Yeah, quite terrific shot when you're watching it, and that's silenced the Nepali supporters for a while. And a change in the field as well. Fielder going down towards deep mid-wicket. Where is Karan Casey going to bowl? This has turned out to be a very expensive over already. It's 3 balls to come, and it's already gone for 14. There's Casey bowls and pulled away this time, but straight to the man at the deep mid-wicket boundary. They're going to run for the second. He slips, does Jack, at the non-striker's end, and that puts paid to any plan of the second run. Now Jofra Archer has his chance to launch.
This could be Jofra Archer's dream, I reckon. Just an absolute free hit to try and smack one out the ground. He practices his batting loads, in particular clearing the ropes at this stage of the game. So exactly the reason why he'd have been promoted up against Liam Dawson, who's on the slippery pole down the order now.
178 for 6. Yeah, at this stage in the batting order, it's always about that one spot up or down, isn't it? Here's Casey in to bowl to Archer, and Archer swings and misses. They want to run. He's missed it at the striker's end, but Karan Casey doing the sensible thing, just running across, and as a result, with Archer not making his ground, England have lost another wicket. Archer's been run out without scoring.
Yeah, he's fallen on his sword there, Jofra Archer, or maybe forced to fall on his sword by Will Jacks, who saw the ball go through to the wicket-keeper and just immediately ran. I'm not sure that Jofra Archer was that keen for it, and he gave up the ghost about halfway down the pitch after 10 or 11 yards and just allowed the bowler to whip the bails off as he ran back towards the sight screen. So Liam Dawson eventually does get his opportunity to come out and bat, although he will not face the ball. He's a specialist runner. 1 delivery to go after 20 overs.
I think to look at the positive, getting Jacks back on start. Well, getting Jacks back on strike was a good job done by Jofra Archer, and that will give him the opportunity of trying to hit another one of those monster 6s. This over is already gone, as I said, for 15 runs. There's been a wicket in the form of a run out in the last ball of England's innings. Can England get to 184 with a 6 of the last ball? We shall find out. Man with the ball in his hand, Karan Casey. This last over obviously spoiling his figures a bit. What he'll need to do, or try to do, is try and bowl one which Jacks can't get under. He's up, he bowls, and Jacks does get under it, and it's over extra cover for 6 more, and England do get to 184. 184 for 7, so 185 runs is the target then for Nepal. England finishing with a big flourish with this very, very expensive over. 21 runs coming off that last over, almost as much as came off that last Netravalkar over last night for Suryakumar Yadav, and England will be quite pleased with their performance, one has to say. Finney, 184 for 7 in the allotted 20.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent score, and you add into the mix the fact that this is a day game, so the floodlights aren't going to come on and the atmosphere won't lessen and the dew won't come down to make it good batting conditions in the second innings. What we saw, especially from the wrist spin there, was exaggerated turn as the innings wore on, which will enthuse in particular Adil Rashid, who is clearly excellent at exposing these kinds of conditions. So England, that's an excellent performance by them. 184 on the board. Will Jacks in an unfamiliar position, batting at number 7, able to hit some quite ridiculous shots up over the offside in that last over, drags England to that total.
Absolutely. So 184 for 7 England finish. Jacks with a really powerful 39 of 18, and that sets the tone for the Nepal reply. Here's Henry Murat.
Thank you very much indeed, Prakash. Thank you, Finney, as well. Nepal will have to register their highest total in T20 cricket against a full member nation if they want to win this game. That was against India previously, 179 for 9 they made in Hangzhou in the 2023 Asian Games. That's their current best, so they'd have to surpass that if they're to chase down 185. We'll get some reaction from the boundary edge before previewing our third offering of the day from Colombo, where we've got Ireland starting their campaign against tournament co-hosts Sri Lanka. But what a fine performance that was at the back end from Will Jacks, 39 off 18 balls after the innings had been set up with half centuries from Jacob Bethel and Harry Brook. Here's Jacob Bethel.
Kind of after 6 or 7 overs, was kind of thinking 180, and if we went well, ready to sneak it up to 200. But yeah, really happy with 185, and yeah, we've just got to go out and defend it now.
Harder to face spin or seam out there in the middle?
I think it depends what kind of seam. I think the off-pace deliveries for everyone was pretty hard. So the tacky nature of the wicket probably looked to use a bit more off-pace for our seamers. But yeah, the spinners is where it definitely was a bit tougher, especially it looked like in that kind of middle period when we were trying to get on with it, it looked hard to come in and start. So we'll try and just take a few wickets in that.
So based on all of that, what advice are you going to be passing on to your bowlers?
The seamers would definitely be use your change of pace and get the ball into the wicket, let the wicket do the work for you, and then the spinners would be keep the our spinners are quite experienced, so keep the stumps in play and let their skill and let the pitch do the work.
Okay, well done. Good luck in the second half.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thought so. Jacob Bethel, who scored an excellent 55 off 35, Harry Brook 53 off 32, England's top scores. So Nepal 185 need overs if they are to beat England in the tournament opener.
Nepal coming out to bat and to try and get as close as possible, I dare say, to the 185 that they need to win this game. Unlikely, by all accounts, unless there is more than one miracle.
Yep, and it's absolutely possible, and stranger things have happened. And Nepal, no strangers to beating full member nations. They beat West Indies recently in a series, didn't they? And they've run people close in World Cups before, but they need a good start. And because this pitch and the spinners that England possessed through those middle overs that did so well in Sri Lanka, Dawson and Rashid in particular, with their sets of skills, they need a really good start here in Nepal. They'll be in the face of Luke Wood, who's going to be bowling the first over. Always perfectly manicured, Luke Wood, but a really potent and dangerous bowler with this brand new ball. Left arm, skiddy, swinging pace to two right-handers who'll be concerned about their pads and their stumps, I think, in this situation.
Yes, and he'll be a handful. And then just as he finishes up, they'll see the imposing figure of Chofra Archer from the other end. So no respite, really. In that sense for the Nepal batters, indeed for no one that faces England, who've got a formidable bowling attack to go along with their batting strength, which was on partial display, I'd say. Clearly Jos Buttler would be the one probably most disappointed, because he'd got a good start, he looked solid, and then played a little bit of a loose shot to get out. But 50s then for the skipper, Harry Brook, and Jacob Bethel, and then the late surge from Will Jacks, ensuring England put up a good total. 184 they got. 185 then is what Nepal need, and the two batters out there are Burtel and Asif. Mohammad Asif and Asif Sheikh, 1600 runs in T20 internationals. Of course, always keep in mind that a lot of the T20 internationals that the associate nations play are not against top sides, but that will include the games that he's played against the West Indies. So Not someone to be completely dismissed, but Luke Wood will have different ideas as he gets ready. Right on top of the advertising patch on the turf with a slip in place, a deep square third, backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, and a man at 45. That's Jofra Archer, the easiest to spot. Standing on the edge of that circle, umpire just holding play up, I think waiting for the right time. He's set now and he's ready. Is Luke Wood going away from us, left arm over, and on strike is Burtel. He's in, he bowls, and Burtel's beaten by the movement, exactly as you said, Finney, just going across the right-hander.
They're looking to hit that back down the ground, and Luke Wood looking to swing the ball in, and it swings slightly but then nips off the seam and wobbles around to Josh Buttler behind the stumps, who doesn't catch it. He's got the symbols on today, Buttler, for the first delivery, puts it down, he punches it. We'll be hoping that's the only time that happens.
Yes, he'd certainly not want to let that happen again. Here's Luke Wood, brisk run up to the wicket, a lot of energy, bowls and driven. Gets the inside part of the bat, shot mid-wicket where it's fielded quite comfortably, and there is no possibility of getting off the mark there.
Yeah, I really like Wood's inclusion. I think it would have been safe and easy to try and pack the depth of the batting and have Jamie Overton in there as an all-rounder who can do a bit of everything, but Luke Wood is a specialist opening bowler. I think that's a gap in the skill set that that England had played in that Sri Lanka series, so it's good to see him get a go here.
Here he is again, past the umpire, up bowls, looking for the Yorker, full toss, get off the mark. Will Burtel with again a sort of a squeeze off the inside part of the bat, not where he wanted the ball to go, gets a run off deep square, and that is Nepal off the mark.
It's not where anyone wanted that to go, was it? It was a knee-high full toss from Luke Wood, looking for that beautiful, perfect in-swinging Yorker. He didn't nail it, and then it was a skewed inside edge that dribbled out towards deep backward square leg. So not the highest quality cricket from anyone in that passage of play,
except for the man at deep square.
The fielder would feel aggrieved at that comment. Yes.
He did a good job, made sure it didn't go to the boundary. Right then, so 3 men in the ring on the on-side and 4 on the off, as Luke Wood goes away from us now. First strike to Mohammad Asif, who defends on the offside. Fielded a short extra, and there is no run. Josh Buttler, who's played so many memorable innings here at this ground for all his franchise teams, but the one that I remember most is one that he played for the Rajasthan Royals. It was an absolute blitzkrieg as he pummeled the bowling, but he's done that so many times. Indian fans, of course, unless he's playing for England against India, I think really love his batting. At the moment he's got the gloves on. Here's Luke Wood in, left arm over, past the umpire, bowls, strikes him on the pad going down the leg side. I suspect there wasn't even a suggestion of an appeal. 1 without loss it remains. Remember the target for Nepal, 185. The large amount of Nepal supporters that we've been telling you about here at the Wankhede Stadium, at the moment just silent, quietly watching, anticipating, hoping, possibly praying as well that their side, if not get over the line, which is very unlikely, at least put up a really creditable fight, and that is what would be the first expectation. Here's Wood again, in, bowls, and Asif gets the inside part of the bat. He'll run away towards the front of square. They've taken the first, they wanted the second. In fact, Burtel wanted the second, but Asif wasn't interested, and that's the end of the first over. 2 coming off it, and a run apiece to the 2 openers. And Nepal are 2 without loss.
Yeah, both teams just trading jabs at the moment, aren't they? Just staying at arm's length, jabbing each other, seeing what each team is going to try and do in this situation. And the exciting sight of seeing Jofra Archer take his cap off and hand it to the umpire is something that, as a former fast bowler, is something that I really enjoy watching and seeing. Good to see him back from injury, back in an England shirt after his test matches in Australia, and has an opportunity to affect another World Cup, as he so famously did in 2019.
Indeed he did he? And it's just, I mean, for the game, characters like Jofra Archer just bring so much to the game. how he's able to generate that pace, the way he runs in, it looks like he's almost strolling or jogging, and then this wrist snap, and then how he gets that ball flying at the pace of Natsiri. His first ball, and just a little bit off in terms of direction, clipped off his toes by the batter for a single. But again, just the smoothness, just it's like a well-oiled machine. It's almost symphony as he runs into bowl.
Yeah, and you say it doesn't look like he's running in, but trust me, if we were to try and keep up with him, we'd be travelling significantly quicker than we'd be able to manage. He kind of looks like it's languid. Well, it is effortless, but it's so languid, but he is travelling by the time he gets to the crease.
Here he is again. In, he bowls, driven just past a very brave effort at backward point. It'll be the first boundary for Nepal off the thickish outside part of the bat, but that flew away for 4 runs backward of point, and that means the first boundary to Nepal and to Burtel, who will move up to 5 as a result of that. Asif, his opening partner, Mohammad Asif, is on 2, and Nepal are 7 without loss. Boy, that flew off the bat.
It did. It was fully camped on the front foot as well. I would put a lot of money on this being a bouncer.
Here's Archer in. It isn't, and beautifully played. This is a superb shot by Burtel. Slightly overpitched from Archer, and just waiting on it a fraction, opening the face of the bat, and that brings the Nepal crowd to their feet. 11 without loss.
That was a lovely shot, in complete control this time. The one before was a bit more of a flay up over that offside. This one was perfectly balanced, just a punch with an open face. The gap between cover and backward point there, that neither of those fielders moved. That was hit so firmly off the middle of the bat. Now, this one has to be a bouncer, Prakash. Come on.
It probably will be. Here's Archer. Pass umpire Tucker bowls, and he's got the outside edges. No, he hasn't. He flashed it. It didn't move his feet. Just sort of hung his bat out, hoping to get something on it. Probably fortuitous that it didn't, because the slip and the keeper both were in absolute readiness to gobble up anything that came their way. It remains 11 without loss in the second over. 2 boundaries coming off Jofra.
Yeah, that was a good length, that last ball. Back of a length, so the batter not able to just step towards the ball and push his hands through it, which, if it hits the middle of the bat at 90 miles an hour, it will fly away. That length far more dangerous for taking wickets.
The short man, Burtel, waits for Archer. Archer bowls, and he's another flaying, gorgeous looking drive through the covers by Burtel. Boy, these 3 strokes, the last 2 in particular, have been absolutely magnificent, as good as any we've seen in England's innings. 15 without loss.
Yeah, nice timing, really nice timing. Just outside off stump, over pitched again by Archer. When I say just outside off stump, it's probably about a millimetre outside off, but the batter is batting outside leg stump in order to try and open up that offside. Wants to drag his length back a bit here, Jofra Archer, or maybe a slower ball. Get the batter's hands going at the ball. At the moment, he's timing the ball nicely.
Where's the bouncer, Finney? Where's the bouncer?
It should have been bowled.
Here he is again, bowls. And this time he won't get a boundary. He'll get a single down towards square third. Adil Rashid completes the fielding. But that's a very good over from a Nepal perspective. 3 boundaries and 2 singles. So 14 runs coming off that, and Nepal have moved up to 16 without loss.
Well, nice start. Jofra Archer's first over, going for 14, and the timing there was noticeable, wasn't it? Just a lean on the front foot, a punch through the line of the ball. No extravagant big swings of the bat outside off stump, just allowing the ball to hit the middle of the bat and placing it between the fielders on the offside. Lovely batting. And I have to keep going and make the most of this brand new ball whilst it's skidding on slightly more than it will do through those middle overs when the slower bowlers get the ball in their hand.
Indeed, that will be the case, and that's what they'll be thinking. Here's Luke Wood. Will have different ideas. He'll want to try and break through here. He's in to bowl to Burtel, and this time he's played it away on the onside, fine towards the fine leg boundary for 4, just drifting onto the pads, and he gets enough on it, does Burtel. He's on a bit of a roll now. He's 18 of 9, 4th boundary for him, and that's really brought the Nepali fans to their feet. The flags are waving, and a sea of red and blue across the stadium cheers their opener on.
Well, nicely played again. Stepping across his stumps, where to Jofra Archer he was staying outside leg stump. Moves across to the off stump now, knowing that Wood is looking to target his pads, and just flips it up round the corner for 4.
There's Luke Wood again in bowls. This time he flashes outside the off stump. It's well away from him. Doesn't make any contact. It stays 20 without loss. And the camera pans onto those Nepali fans, several of them wearing the Nepali cap, the famous Nepali cap, which has got a history and story of its own in terms of the way it's tailored and the way it's meant to be worn. It actually depicts the Kathmandu Valley with the ring of the Himalayas around it and just tilting away to one side. It's a beautiful piece of headgear. As here's Luke Wood in bowls, and this one's been lofted away over the mid-wicket area. Will the fielder get there? No, just enough on it to clear the boundary. The first 6, and boy, this early start by Burtel, who's raced up to 26, has certainly ignited more than just the pyrotechnics that are around the ground here.
Well, an amazing response in the crowd to these runs. It just seems all of a sudden much fuller than it was in that first innings as this ball started flying around.
They found their voice, haven't they?
Yeah, great atmosphere. And England, food for thought here. They're going to have to change their pace or something. It's all been quick and quicker. Think about taking some pace off the ball.
Luke Wood in again, and this time just dabbed down towards third for a single. Sensible batting. In fact, very good batting. 27 now without loss, and Burtel's got 25 of them. To be fair, he's faced 12 of the 16 deliveries in the innings so far as well.
That was an off-cutter from Luke Wood, so operating previously in this over at 140 kilometres an hour. It's about 88, 89 miles an hour, and that one 133, so back down in the low 80s there. So it's just going to be important that he doesn't allow the Nepalese batters to just hit through one pace of the ball. You've got to mix it up in this situation.
He's into bowl now. Mohammad Asif on strike, bowls, and Asif lofts it over the infield. It'll go to the boundary, or will it get dragged in? The ball plucks a little bit, and maybe a quicker fielder there might have just dragged it in. I think Adil Rashid gave it up and then realized there was a chance, but it was too late. So 4 more to Nepal. 31 without loss in the third over. 1 ball to come. They've certainly got off to the kind of start you were talking about.
Well, they're flying. They're flying, absolutely flying. It's still a long way off, clearly.
Oh, yeah.
England's total is an imposing one, but they had to get a good start, and they have. And this is the kind of moments and situations that will test Harry Brook as a captain. He's taking time out the game by just standing with his bowler at the end of his mark, making sure he's clear and calm. The field is changing. Deep third is coming up inside the circle, and deep mid-wicket, who is Tom Banton, is going out. I wonder how much Harry Brook's considering bowling Liam Dawson the next over here, the left arm spinner.
Here's Luke Wood with the last ball of the over bowls, and defended back along the track sensibly by Mohammad Asif. End of another over. 3 overs gone, 31 without loss Nepal. In response, chasing 185. And I think we all know, don't we, Finney, that when the spinners come on, especially Adil Rashid and of course Liam Dawson, there will be a much more difficult task as far as the Nepal batters are concerned. But for the moment, they are certainly putting on a bit of a show.
Absolutely, but really nice timing. There's been nothing loose about the way that they've gone about scoring those boundaries. They've simply waited for England to miss or be predictable, and have capitalised on that. It's been a really good start by Nepal. 31 without loss, but as predicted, Liam Dawson is coming into the attack. It feels like the logical and obvious option. Change the pace of the game. Dawson's so adept at bowling in the power play by mixing his pace and bowling spinners and ones that just slide on, so maybe a touch more unpredictable than the seamers in this situation. The 2 fielders out, deep mid-wicket and long off for Dawson, no slip.
So now Burtel will have a slightly different proposition presented to him as Dawson in his inimitable style bowls, and the first one's been lofted. It's taken the outside edge. Luke Wood getting behind the ball and chasing it down, but it falls well away from him, and the batters come back for 2. Going for the big hit, top edge, not dissimilar in some ways to the way Phil Salt got out, except that I think Phil Salt got very little. This one was a thick edge, and it flew sufficiently deep towards the fine leg area to get a brace. So 2 more to the total. 33 without loss now, and Burtel is up to 27. Dawson in again, 4 or 5 steps to the crease, comes in bowls, and this one's on the leg side. They will take a single. Luke Wood is not quite able to get there quickly enough. The ball just trickling away, and wide signalled.
I think that was a slider from Dawson, just slid on with his arm down the leg side, trying to cramp Burtel for room, clearly thinking that any width is just going to be flayed through the offside, so trying to target that leg stump but missing.
That brings Mohammad Asif on first strike now to Dawson. He's in, he bowls, and Asif drops it on the mid-wicket area. They take the first run quickly and think of the second. Asif certainly was keen. Burtel, seeing that Archer's got to the ball, decides against it. 36 without loss now. 27 to Burtel, who's on strike. Asif's got 7. Run a ball for him. And Dawson gets ready again to come in and bowl from the far end bowls, and this time no timing, and they will take a single. As a result of the fact that it wasn't timed, it took time to get to Archer at mid-on, and a comfortable single. So 37 now. 4 runs and a wide of this over so far, with 2 balls to come from Dawson. Slight hold up, shoelace issues for the batter. Asif, who's now looking ready, and just hear the crowd here, the camera panning, and just looking at the joy they're having watching their countrymen play is what I think this is all about in many ways. Dawson in again, bowls, and Asif turns it away, but straight to the fielder at shot backward square leg, and there will be no chance of a run. 37 chasing 185 in the 4th over, Nepal, and Dawson with the last ball of his first over. He's in and bowls, and this one's gone up in the air. It's going to be out. It is very, very similar to the Phil Salt dismissal. It's Luke Wood who takes the catch at short fine, and Nepal lose their first wicket. 37 for 1. Dawson strikes in his first over, and that is the end of Mohammad Asif's innings. Caught for 7.
Yeah, good captaincy by Brook to change the pace. The temptation would have been to try and blow these batters away with the pace of Jofra Archer, but that didn't work in his first over. So turning to the canny left arm spin of Liam Dawson, who is playing, I think, in his first World Cup or first T20 World Cup, and fully deserves his place after some stellar domestic performances across his whole career, but even more so in the last few years. And his versatility in particular as a bowler, to be able to bowl at any phase of the game, is something that stands him in really good stead in these conditions, and taking up the mantle of bowling inside the power play here gets the breakthrough, and now gives England an opportunity to realign.
Absolutely. So 37 now for the loss of Mohammad Asif, and that's going to bring I think the Nepal skipper out to the middle. We'll just confirm that. 37 for 1. Burtel is not out on 28, striking the ball at 200, and Rohit Paudel, who is the Nepal captain, he is out in the middle, and 1 more ball in the over to come because of that wide, and Dawson will dearly like to make that 2 in 2. Rohit Paudel, on the other hand, will just want to make sure that he takes a little bit of time, if required, to settle down. He's going to have to bat well. He is one of the more experienced of the Nepal team. Started his career very early for Nepal. He's very, very young, and is indeed one of the youngest captains. Here is Dawson with the last ball of his over, and Paudel is doing exactly that, just defending quietly back along the wickets. End of a successful over, the first successful over for England. 4 overs gone, 37 for 1. And Dawson has his wicket.
Yeah, well bowled Liam Dawson. You just see the simple game plan of keeping the ball tight in towards the leg stump, trying to give the batters no opportunity to free their arms outside off, and then varying your pace from that line as well. Canny left arm spinner is going to play a crucial role throughout this tournament for England. It feels, in particular, if these are the kinds of pitches that we're going to get, the surfaces that we thought would be excellent at the beginning of the tournament and then maybe deteriorate as it goes on. It started slightly tired, and it brings spin even more into play.
Change of ends for Jofra Archer. His first over was expensive, went for 14, and he's now going to bowl from the broadcasting end. And the man in front of him is Burtel. Bowls, and slower ball, well judged. Burtel was sort of looking for the quick, sharp delivery. Slower delivery from him. 123 K is that one, and defended on the offside.
Yeah, and you can see already Jofra Archer's learned from what he did wrong in that first over, was try and bowl quick and quicker. You have to mix up your pace to guys who are just standing there hitting through the line of the ball. Don't allow them to know that everything's coming down the same. So Jofra Archer setting his stall out very first delivery.
In again, Archer bowls, and this one's back of a length. It's dabbed down towards backward point, and they'll get one as Luke Wood diving away makes an acrobatic save. One more to the total, 38 for 1, and Burtel's up to 29.
Another slower ball, and it gets the dangerous Burtel off strike and allows you as a bowler to just bowl at the new batter. Things just feel a lot calmer when you've got a new batter out there who's only faced one delivery facing up to you.
Yep, skipper, the Nepal captain, on strike with the two men in the deep at square on the offside and square on the on. Nicely pushed away on the offside, timing it quite well, but straight to Jacks, I think it is, who does the fielding. There is no run. 38 for 1 in the 5th. Having got off to a bit of a flyer, Nepal. That Dawson over and the wicket, just pegging things back. Order restored, you'd say, and England now looking to try and find a way to break through and keep Nepal under pressure. It will be a test for Nepal's batters against this very formidable bowling attack that England have. Here's Archer in again, bowls full down the leg side, wide signalled. Be a little disappointed, Rohit Paudel, I think, to have missed out there. Just needed to get a little bit of bat on it, because Adil Rashid, who is at short fine, is just, I think, sufficiently wide for that ball to have been tickled away. Didn't happen. Score remains 39 for 1. Again, not really going full out for pace, as you said, Finney. He's 127 Ks that last ball. There's Archer again in. Bowls and driven, but straight on the bounce to short extra. Jacks does the fielding. There is no run.
We called on him to vary his pace. He's bowled the same pace every ball this over. It's just all been leg-cutting, slower balls. So
yes.
Clearly Archer feeling as though bowling the ball into the surface, running his fingers down the edge of it is the way to get some sort of lateral movement. If I was gifted to be able to bowl 90 miles an hour still, I'd be trying to bowl this one as quick as I possibly could to get through the defences.
There's Archer in again, bowls, looking for the Yorker, full toss, unable to put it away. He'll be disappointed. The Nepal captain there, he really should have done more with it, but wasn't able to get any timing at all. Practices the shot that he might have played. Wasn't expecting it. 39 for 1, 2 quiet overs after that initial burst of 31 odd runs of the first 3. Just 8 runs coming off the next 11 balls that Nepal have faced. There's Archer in again, bowls, and a misfield there, rather ugly looking misfield through the feet, and a single as a result of that. So 5 overs gone, 1 over to come in the power play. 40 runs on the board for Nepal for the loss of Mohammad Asif, and Stephen Finn will stay on and give you his thoughts as to how this first phase of 5 overs has gone, as Henry Moran gets ready to come in.
Well, England have realigned well after 3 explosive overs from Nepal in the first 3. 31 without loss. Liam Dawson introduced into the attack with his left arm spin has given England a degree of control again. Still going at 8 and over, Nepal. And they've got the dangerous batter there, Burtel, who has 29 from 16, but Will Jacks, who you interviewed earlier this week about his haircut, Henry, is coming into the attack to bowl his off-spin to complete the power play.
Well, I did, yeah, because he looks like Eminem.
Yeah, well, it's more the colour, isn't it, as opposed to the cut that is a...
Or indeed the wrapping. He's in now, and that goes down the leg side and will be signalled wide. And here comes Jacks again. Round the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Powdell, who is slapping the ball towards the fielder at mid-on, and some good backing up prevents anything more than just a single being taken. Throw came in from Bethel. Here we go. Good little stat for you.
Okay.
Researched by both myself and TMS producer Adam Mountford at the back of the box. Because we know that Liam Dawson was famously part of the 2019 World Cup squad, but didn't play.
Yes.
Here is Will Jacks. This is chipped in the air, straight back to the bowler, and England have got a second wicket. Birtle goes for 29, and a little leading edge is enough to see the end of the dangerous opener. Nepal 42 for 2. Disconsolate fans all around because the danger player at the top has gone, and Will Jacks, like Liam Dawson, strikes in his first over and gets easy as you like, caught and bowled.
Oh, he'd be annoyed at how timid that was, Birtel. He played with such intent, but controlled intent before, and just looking to tamely turn this into the onside. It probably doesn't spin anywhere near as much as he thinks it will do from the right arm off spin of Will Jacks, and a leading edge back to the bowler, the simplest of catches, and Slim Shady's got his man.
Well, he has. And sadly for Birtle, you've only got one shot, one opportunity.
God.
Anyway, so Liam Dawson, first called up to an England World Cup squad here 10 years ago, 2016, didn't play. Part of the squad in 2019, part of the squad in 21, travelling reserve in 2022. Today, his first World Cup appearance for England, he takes a wicket in his first over.
There we go.
So,
well, he's got some good tournament fees out of it, at least, for not playing a game.
Do you get that as a travelling reserve?
Yeah, you get the whole lot.
Do you? Well, that's worth doing, isn't it?
Absolutely. So 21 in, that was Dubai?
That was
Abu
Dubai.
Dhabi, yes, where Australia won it. Matthew Wade played a great innings, didn't he, in the final?
Yep, Matthew Wade. And it was the tournament where it was pretty much win the toss, win the game.
Yes.
Was the due factor.
And England got Mitchelled in... Did England get Daryl Mitchell?
They did, yeah.
Not the semi-final. No, it was the semi-final, wasn't it? Yeah, because it was a Aussie-New Zealand final.
Yeah. And then the Australians won with Matthew Wade scoring runs.
Yes. There we go. So what? And I know I played under-19s with Liam Dawson. He's a year younger than me, I think. And he is really proud to represent England, and he has been since we were teenagers, playing in those under-19 World Cups. And for him to finally get his opportunity, I saw him in a cafe yesterday where he paid for my breakfast actually, which was very kind of him. He paid for my breakfast.
Was it
It wasn't a game of credit card roulette. He just,
okay.
He just kindly offered to pay for breakfast.
It's all those toffees.
Exactly. I thought, do you know what?
Not going to
be
say
my
no.
guest. Yeah. And then I saw him there today, and he looked calm and relaxed, but excited to represent England.
Will Jacks, who bowled a rather infamous over at the start of the game against Australia when he was Travis-headed at Barbados.
That's where the solar panels on the roofs.
I know.
I hope they had insurance for those solar panels.
Well, I know. The green credentials of Kensington Oval took rather a hit that day, didn't they? They had to go back to the grid. 42 for 2. Early on in the 6th over, the target 185 for Nepal to spring what would be a massive surprise. The floodlights somewhat unnecessarily on as we welcome Ari to the middle. Dipendra Singh Ari, who is famous for having scored the fastest 50 in T20 international cricket.
9 balls.
9 balls. It's absolutely outrageous. He's a very capable hitter. He bowled well as well today. Here comes Will Jacks. And Jacks will see the ball dropped into the onside, and he himself will sprint round. But actually goes quite neatly between 3 England fielders, and 2 runs are taken. That's good running, good placement, 44 for 2.
What was the stat, before I go at the end of this over, what was the stat that you were going to tell me that you'd researched before the wicket?
That was the Liam Dawson one.
I'll stand down.
Yeah,
nice.
There you go. So it's his 5th World Cup and his first appearance, which is pretty good going. So prior to today, he had done as much to contribute to England World Cup performances as I had. In comes Will Jacks. This is spanked away out towards the leg side, fielded in the deep by Banton, and there is no run. No, there is.
That feels harsh on your World Cup performances. You held the captains under the microscope, haven't you, over the years?
Yeah, and Josh took it so well, I thought. 45 for 2. Here comes Will Jacks. Worked into the onside, and a single will be taken once again. I don't feel our relationship's ever recovered, me and Josh.
Oh, he's a softie, really.
I tell you, that look in his eyes.
I know, the one that Vernon Philander felt all those years ago as well.
Yeah. What was that for?
I think just standing there in the crease when he was batting.
46 for 2. Here is Will Jacks. Again, looking for that leg side, and again the fielder will move to his right to pick up, and Tom Banton it is, who, with a little mop of dark hair poking out the back of his helmet, or his cap I should say, runs around to pick up. 7 from the over and the wicket. The required rate stands at 9.86. A quick start from Nepal, but England will be hoping they're spinners, and you would have thought it'll be Adil Rashid out of the power play. Indeed it is. We'll be able to take hold now. Matt Henry joins us with news. Matt, you've potentially seen some developments in the India-Pakistan story.
Yeah, it sounds as though people may have seen this report. You'll be able to read it on the BBC Sport website and app. There's a meeting going on today in Lahore, which is probably significant that it's the ICC going to Lahore, so ICC Deputy Chair, executive members, and interestingly the head of the Bangladesh board as well, going to meet the head of the Pakistan board to see what they can sort out.
Slip in places. Rashid is bowling. Ooh, and it's not far away from backward point, but it'll go to the boundary. Liam Dawson dived to his right. It was a little bit loose from Rashid, that, and 4 runs to start the 7th over. 50 up, 51 for 2.
Yeah, Rashid definitely doesn't bowl the number of loose deliveries. It was often something he was accused of early in his career, wasn't he? The balls are dragged down every over, or a wide ball every over. He doesn't do that as much anymore, but that was a bit full and wide.
Al Rashid with his leg spin again. That's a much better ball, and there's a quick single taken. Throw comes in at the non-striker's end, and had that been a little more accurate from Sam Curran, who had to run round it rather to get his left hand down to it. That could have caused problems, but 52 for 2.
It's Barbados, your little to-do with Joss Butler, wasn't it, before that last T20 World Cup, wasn't it? You had a little disagreement, the two of you.
Well, we didn't really. Here comes Rashid. It's pace taken right off it, and that'll be stopped by a diving Curran at cover.
Disagreement's the wrong word, I'll give you that.
I asked a simple question. What will be your approach to make things different this World Cup as a captain from the unsuccessful one in India in 23? Here is Rashid, swept hard out to Bethel at deep mid-wicket. 1 taken, 53 for 2, and I think he was a bit bored of people referencing that tournament, which is fair enough.
Yeah.
And I remember the infamous line when I said, "Have you got a team for us tomorrow? I don't need to give you my team." Here comes Rashid. Bowls, that one turns quite sharply. The right-hander Ari will whip the ball into the leg side for 1, 10 from 6 for him. And look, we expect cricketers not only to be expert public speakers, but also sort of emotional enough to give us something, but not so emotional they don't get annoyed at us. Smacked away for 6. That is an absolute monster. Powdell gets hold of that, and Rashid's gone for 13 from his first over, and that one went a long way back, over deep mid-wicket, out into the stands, and those Nepal fans are absolutely loving that.
Jacob Bethel hit a few big ones earlier. That might be the biggest of the lot. It's gone into the second tier at our end, having with the batter at the far end. So it's gone a long way.
60 for 2 after 7. The required rate 9.6 is 125 needed from 78. And we're going to see Jacks continuing from the far end.
It's a good game, isn't it? We saw 3 good games yesterday where the associate team pushed and tested the so-called bigger nations, and then we've got another one. Even if England do win this, you can't say they haven't been tested at various points.
Yeah, you'd think it's still in England's favour. A couple more big overs, and things get a bit different. Jacks, bowls, there's going to be 4 runs to start the over. Down on one knee, and swept away behind square for a boundary. Crowd up and about.
Targeting that leg side, aren't they, from Jacks? Jacks bowling around the wicket. So with the angle, the Nepal batters are trying to get across and then to drag it into the leg side. They picked out the fielders a couple of times in the previous over. This time, get it fine enough for 4.
Not a great ball that from Jacks, who's in to try once more. It's much better defended this time. Bit of turn and bounce. Butler applauds behind the stumps.
Slower as well from Jacks, that one, wasn't it? And you could see it turned a bit more as a result.
Around about neck and neck, these two sides. England were a further wicket down. As Jacks comes in, driven through the offside, every run cheered. That'll just be a single out to the offside. At what point would England get nervy?
Nervy. Yeah, good question. I mean, 120 from 75 balls is the requirement at this point, which still feels a long way off.
Swept, reaching for it, out to deep mid-wicket for one.
But as you've said, these two, not necessarily an international full World Cup, well, yes, international, but not full World Cup against full member nation sort of level. These two are known for their destructive hitting. Right, Powdell was the highest scorer in the NPL, Nepalese Premier League, last year.
Outside the off stump, beating the edge as it's flayed at rather by Airy, and he looks annoyed with himself as Buttler collects, and Will Jacks is doing a decent job here. Can he get out of the over without too much harm done? Boundary to start it, but just 2 runs since then. Final ball coming in now, and that'll be swept for 4. It goes hard between Banton and Bethel in the deep, and it is 10 from the over, and Nepal are getting close to being up with the rate. 115 needed from 72 now.
Yeah, it's a good shot because that's gone the other side of the field. The same type of shot, a sweep into the leg side, but that one's gone much squarer to get to the other side of Tom Banton to pick the other gap that was available. Really good batting, as you said. It's just keeping that required rate under 10, keeping it within touching distance. 10 is always as testing, but it's definitely manageable in the modern day in T20s. Liam Dawson coming back on, Harry Brook hoping for a bit of control and a wicket.
There's lots of spectators in traditional Nepalese dress with the topi hats, which those hats made sometimes of felt or wool, but almost looks military in their design. Sitaton. Lots of spectators' heads all around, bright colours. As we see Liam Dawson, who took a wicket in his first over, bowling from our end of the ground now, the shadows lengthening. And the left arm spin immediately sees a run taken into the onside. They're pushing hard for a second run as well. Throw comes in, loose throw from Luke Wood, and 2 runs are taken to put the pressure on the England side. This partnership worth 30 off 17. 72 for 2. The target 185.
Harry Brook just slowing things down again. To getting hold of the ball, to trick Owen Morgan used to do, wasn't it? That he'd get hold of the ball so that the bowler isn't nervous at the top of the follow through, give them a second to think about things.
So this meeting in Lahore, Bangladesh and Pakistan representatives, any idea when we might know a little more?
Come back to after this ball.
Here comes Dawson once more. This is a bit quicker and flatter, clipped into the onside. Again, they'll be looking for 2. I don't think there will be a second as Bethel's sprinting in from the leg side.
Quick Bethel, isn't he? That's the definitely the 2 batters there. I've noticed the fielder, noticed who it was and thought, because it's not gone far from where the previous one went, but with Bethel flying in off the boundary, just think, right, we'll settle for 1 here, not do anything silly.
Bethel walking in, round the wicket, tosses it up, driven down the ground for 1. Every single run applauded, cheered to the rafters. 73 for 2.
Back to the Lahore question.
Yeah.
Whispers that we could hear from one side or the other yesterday, another statement that we heard yesterday that we could hear from something in the next couple of days, which would have been today or tomorrow. I think the meeting is going to go on late into the evening here, so it might not be today.
Dawson with a round arm action will get the ball pushed into the offside to the left of Harry Brook at cover. With 1 run taken, 110 needed from 68. The partnership 33 off 20, the required rate 9.7, so not out of reach. Tough ask, not an impossible one.
Definitely. Yeah, they've kept it under 10 all the way through, haven't they? That good couple of overs, the second and third over of the innings, Jofra Archer's over and then Luke Wood's second over went for 14 and 15, I think it was. Ever since that point, they've just managed to keep it in check.
And we'll know if they break this partnership, it'll go a long way to winning them the game. But they have got to break it. Dawson, with a ball that comes off a leading edge and drops short of all.
That's why you need a silly point, don't you? I've gone straight to a silly point, the easiest catch in the world, but I'm not sure I've ever seen a silly point in T20 cricket.
Nepal's batters apparently have already scored more runs with a sweep than England managed throughout their entire innings. It's been a really profitable area for them. Final ball of the 9th over. Here comes Liam Dawson, and that's defended. There won't be a run there, so Dawson goes to just 5 from his 2nd over, and this is what England need from him. Just somebody to hold up an end, consistency, knows his game, vastly experienced. He takes his glasses from the umpire, trudges off. He's got a very familiar walk, Dawson. It's a sort of halfway between a plod and a swagger.
Yeah, it's a good description. Yeah, he almost looks a bit heavy-footed as he goes, doesn't he? Yeah.
But there's a rocking of the shoulders as if to say, I know what I'm doing here. Whereas I always imagine I walk as somebody, well, I certainly feel like somebody's got no idea what I'm doing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not one to judge on posture, the most hunched. I always get told I'm surprisingly tall because I so very rarely stand up straight.
How tall are you?
6'3".
Are you?
I think. See, you're surprised.
Yeah, well, I can see it because you've just stood up really straight, actually. Here is Rashid. First ball that he delivers from the far end goes straight to Will Jacks at backward point, and the required rate does nibble above 10 and over. 75 for 2 is the Nepal score, but they're only 2 down. 110 needed from 65. Rashid again from that far end, a little more flight this time, and played safely into space up to long on, where it'll be fielded by Archer running in from that long on boundary.
It's an important over for England because Adil Rashid, I think he went for 13 in his first, and he's got 3 more, well, this one and 2 more to come. He's such a banker for England that you want him to be dragging that economy rate back down.
In once again, quicker ball, and that's just the craft of Adil Rashid. It's not just about the turn, both the conventional leg break and the googly back in towards the right-hander, but it's also that big mix of pace. That one speared in flatter towards the boots of the right-handed Irie, who waits now. And there with a little bit more flight, but the batter picks it. Beautiful shot, reverse sweep over the infield, and for a 1-bounce 4. Lovely shot, 80 for 2.
That's what Tom Banton tried earlier, wasn't it? He tried the big loopy reverse sweep to a full delivery. He missed his, but this one's been nailed up in the air over the 2 fielders behind square on the offside in the ring. It's a pretty safe shot once you get bat on it.
The bearded Rashid is in, down the leg side it goes. Fielder has to work his way round to his right, and it's Liam Dawson who does well. He may be a bit ploddy in the walk, but he's very nimble when he gets going.
Confuses me as well because he's one of those bizarre left-arm bowlers that throws from the deep with his right hand.
Yeah.
Just who's that there? Fine, at short fine, but it's Dawson throwing with his other arm.
Rashid in. And smacked away over cover out towards the deep. 2 fielders running round. I'm not sure it'll be stopped, and indeed the ball wins the race. And so another expensive over from Rashid. 85 for 2 at the midway stage, and exactly 100 needed from 60 balls. These two have put on 43 from 28, and no wonder those Nepal supporters at the far end, who are a sea of red and blue, are enjoying themselves because they've got more than a chance in this game. They've given themselves a lovely platform, and the next 5 overs are going to be vital. You'll enjoy them or endure them, depending on who you want to win this game, in the company of Prakash Bokanka, after some more from you, Matt Henry.
Yeah, Rashid's just in conversation with Jos Buttler, his former captain, there at the end of that over, because he's going around the park is a bit strong, but he's gone for 23 from 2 overs. It's another expensive one with those 2 boundaries to finish, and it's problems for England a little bit. 100 needed off 60.
The important words there being little bit. I think England still have just too much there, but here's Dawson starting a fresh over, driven straight back to the bowler, who feels of his own bowling by Irie, Dipinder Irie, who's on 25 of 18. His batting partner.
The only thing I will say, Prakash, is that the 2 bankers in England's bowling attack are Rashid, who's gone for 23, as I say, in 2 overs, and Archer, whose first over went for 14.
But the second went only for 3, so look at the positive side. Here's Dawson with 3 men in the ring on the offside, 1 at 45 on the other fielders on the onside deep on the boundary, And here's Dawson in now to bowl. And flashed away, my word, that is some shot. Slap, flat batted over the extra cover area for 4. That's really got the Nepali supporters up on their feet now. And the total moves to 89 now in the 11th over. That was a terrific shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's just thrown the hands at it and hit it flat and hard. Harry Brooks, the fielder, extra cover, and he's in off the 30-yard ring, which I don't think he'd have got there. Was he all the way back? He's 10 yards or so in. Was he back? I don't think he'd have got there, but it just took any chance of that out of the equation.
How does Dawson respond with a quicker ball turned away on the onside? They'll scamper through for 1. That's all they'll get, as Rashid somewhat slowly gets to the ball and makes sure there isn't a second run. That brings Rohit Paudel, the captain, on strike. He's on 20 of 17, and Dawson now in his 3rd over stands square, chest facing the bowler. Both hands come together and then 2 steps, and then he breaks into that little 2-3 step run. Big swing and a miss. That was aimed to go outside the Wankhede Stadium. All it did was ended up in the gloves of the wicket keeper, Jos Buttler. Cleared his left leg, closed his eyes, and had a swing. The Nepal captain there. How does he respond now? His partner striking the ball well. All that Paudel has to do is what he's done just now, just turned it around the corner and handed the strike back to Vipinder Airi, who's on 30 of 20. He's played a good hand so far, and as we've seen through the tournament so far, the 5th game of the tournament, the associate nations have done more than compete, at least for a period of time in each of the games. Dawson now into Airi. He's up, he bowls, and Airi to a ball that's coming back in, plays it beautifully, and superb bit of fielding from Dawson, now diving away to his right and fields the ball right in the feet of the non-striker. That was struck firmly and might have got him 1, maybe even 2 runs, but wasn't to be, thanks to the efforts of the bowler of his own bowling. 91 for 2. 11 overs have been bowled, 9 overs to come, 94 from 54 balls. That's the equation. Very unlikely as Stephen Finn slips into the seat alongside me, Finney, but Nepal can feel good.
Giving themselves a chance, aren't they? They're giving themselves a chance. Played some really good percentage cricket, waited for England to miss and have been dismissive when they have done so, and yeah, they deserve to be at 91 for 2. They're going to have to keep going. This partnership though, 49 from 34, certainly given them a chance, and Sam Curran being introduced into the attack in the 12th over. That's one of the strengths of this England team, is the fact that they're not just relying on 5 bowlers. They've got people who can pick up the slack if it's not someone else's day, and Sam Curran is famous for, well, enjoying these kinds of situations, to be the man that drags England over the line.
Yes, he's performed admirably, and Indian fans will remember, if anyone's listening, Sam Curran's exploits. Here he is now, left armer with the wicket, comes in and bowls down the leg side, will be wided. That is a wide. 1 more to the total. 92 for 2 now. The 50-run partnership has come up of 35 balls. 19 contributed by the skipper, Rohit Paudel, and the man who replaced the last batter, Bhutel. Airi has added 30. He is waiting now for Curran. Slower ball, he dances down the wicket and threads the needle. Beautiful shot, he waited on it, saw the ball, probably gave away too much, Sam Curran, as he bowled that really slowly. He waited, did Airi, and then punched it through the extra cover area for 4. Lovely shot, 96 for 2.
He advanced down the pitch there, and as Sam Curran released that ball, the moon ball that is introduced into his game over the last 12 months or so, stopped at the top of his backswing and waited for the ball to pitch just in front of his left toe, and then threw his hands through the ball, kept it all on the ground, and benefits with 4 runs. Well played.
Good shot by the skipper for Nepal. Here's Curran in again, bowls. This one's turned away fine. There is a man down on the boundary. It's Luke Wood, and there will be a single that the Nepal skipper will scamper across. 497 for 2 now. The required run rate well over 10 now, 10.15. And I think as you said, Nepal giving themselves an outside chance here, even though the wind predictor feels it's a lot closer. 52-48 is what the wind predictor says, but I think it's far more comfortable for Nepal, as this one's for England, I beg your pardon, driven away into the covers for a single by Irie, wearing jersey number 45, which conjures up different images here at the Wankhede Stadium because of their favourite son, former India captain Rohit Sharma.
Is he the favourite son?
Well, current
favourite son, the youngest son.
Yes,
the youngest favourite son.
The latest. The youngest, latest. Because Surya is not young, so he can't.
That's true.
Can't carry that adjective alongside his name. Here's Karan in now. Bowls, and Paudel makes some room, looking for a big shot. Doesn't get enough on it. You just get a single to Archer, who comes off the boundary at long on. Fields. Floodlights taking good effect now as the local time inches towards 6 p.m. It's 5:43 now, and with the 12th over in progress, 8 overs to come after this one's completed, and if Nepal are to get close, they're going to need a flurry, but doesn't seem to be at the moment happening. This one's a good ball played away on the offside. England wouldn't mind them taking these singles. They're not hurting them at all. 100 comes up though for Nepal for the loss of 2 wickets. Now they can really stand up and say they've competed at least this far in the innings, in the chase of 185, and it's just been that England's batting has delivered a total which one just feels is a bridge too far for Nepal. How close can they get, I think, is the question, at least in my mind. Current run rate just shy of 8.5 runs an over. Current bowls. Down the wicket comes Deepinder Arie. They're taking an impossible run. If they're the direct hit at the non-striker's end, that was the end of Deepinder, one feels, but as it turned out, the throw did not hit and the run accrues. 101 for 2 at the end of 12 now. 10.5 runs required in the last 8 overs.
Yeah, they've got to keep their intent, and they are very much Nepal here. England just have to try and bowl intelligently, limit those boundary options early in the over, and if they do get a wicket, that's the time to squeeze and really heap the pressure on, and it's in those moments that the run rate will really escalate. So England at the moment just hanging in there. Got to keep it simple.
Archer getting ready for his 3rd over. His first went for 14. His second, which was bowling well within himself and trying a few variations, went just for 3. He'll now want to look at breaking this partnership, which is worth 59 of 41 balls, and Archer is ready. The man on strike is going to be the Nepal captain Rohit Paudel, and he's got a ring of 4 men on the offside inside the ring, sweeper cover backing it up to complete the field. Archer is in, bowls, and Paudel is hitting that a little bit in the air, but well short of the man at extra cover, which is the England captain. 84 of 47.
Yeah, leg cutter again from Archer. Clearly he thinks with his height and his ability to get his fingers down that left side of the ball, where the ball will just hold in the surface, especially against batters who are probably wary as well of the fact that he could send down a 90-mile-an-hour bouncer. Just threw the shot early.
Banton's moved in closer at short extra. Once again a big swing and a miss by Paudel. He's looking to play the big shot, but maybe not quite in the right sort of position to play the shot. Both those strokes, the one that he played of the first ball, which was a slow one, got through it early, lucky it didn't carry, and this one was a bit of a wild hike.
Yeah, that leg cutter slow ball again from Jofra Archer.
Yeah, it must be strange. You know that a thunderbolt can come any time, and this time he waits, he helps it round the corner. He'll only get 1. And I think that's the difference in terms of quality of batsmanship. A more accomplished batter could try and do something a little bit more with it, generate the pace, but at the moment, 1 more to the total, which is moved up to 101 now for 2, and Jofra Archer continuing with Irie on strike. 101 for 2 in the 13th over. Here's Archer in, Bowles. Oh, good ball. That was the quick, sharp bouncer that you've been wanting, Vinny. And he does well in the end, does Irie, to just get away from it, swaying away, and manages to ensure there's no damage. And in doing so, he did try, though. You have to give him credit. He did try to play the ramp. I think his first purpose was to make sure he's away from the firing line of
get
that
your head
one.
out the way of it.
Yes, that was quick. That was well directed more than quick. Archer turns at the top of his run. Now he's put the doubt in the mind of the batter. How does he go in and bowl? Goes in, bowls, and this time it's gone up in the air. Is there a fielder there? No, I think it's going to drop safely. Single is all they'll get. But here is where now the inability maybe of the Nepal batters, these two, even though they have put on 60 or 61 runs together, to try and play the decisive stroke. They're probably a little too eager now, you get the feeling.
Yeah, well, that we mentioned 1 over of a few dot balls and a few singles interspersed in between will make that rate escalate. It's now 11.44, the rate required for the rest of the innings. So Archer doing a good job for his team here.
Here's Archer in again, bowls, and this one struck firmly in the gap, but not timed well enough, so single is all they'll get as it's fielded off the deep mid-wicket boundary. One more to the total, which inches along to 104 for 2 at the end of 13 overs. The required run rate now almost 2 runs a ball, 11.5, and that's what England would want. They'd want to get that up way beyond the capability of these two, and someone's going to have to try out of these two to really take the bowling on, even if it means they lose a wicket.
Yeah, and that bowling looks as though it's going to be Adil Rashid, who, with his wrist spin to the 2 right-handers, bowling to the slightly larger boundary, which is the leg side. He's probably bowled a bit slower than I'd have liked him to today, Adil Rashid, and that's generally what's happened across the latter stages of his career. He's preferred to bowl a touch slower, but today he's been very slow. Let's see if he can generate a bit more pace on that ball into the surface, challenge the batters to hit to that bigger boundary.
And this pitch, of course, not really offering any pace off it, so the ball has tended to come off very slowly. Change of personnel as Archer comes into the circle. Rashid bowls, swept, and Archer straight away fields, decides against throwing, realizing that he's the non-striker is going to be back in the crease. So the more aggressive of the two batters now back on strike. Dipinder Airy on 33 of 25. This needs to be a biggish over if Nepal want to give themselves a stay in contention. And flatter, quicker, driven up towards long off for a single by Airy. 106 now for 2, and the run rate inches up further, closer to 12 and over. 79 runs required of 40 balls. Very, very unlikely now, it seems. Shot pulled away, and this will go all the way, does it? Yes, it does. So 6 runs, a welcome 6 for Nepal. That brings the Nepal fans back up on their feet, and they might just believe again momentarily. 112 for 2 with that 6, but they need a few more of those to put any pressure on this England bowling lineup.
A googly from Rashid, but too short and too flat, and able to just rock back and hammer it over deep square.
Yes, the Nepal skipper there getting hold of it. This time he's pulling it away towards mid-wicket for a single, and that'll take the total up to 113 for 7. Once again, the slowness of the ball and of the pitch evident as we watch the replay of that 6 hit by Rohit Paudel. And Dipinder Airy on strike to Rashid. Rashid bowls, and this one's driven beautifully. What a lovely shot that is. He's played some terrific cricket, has Dipinder Airy, and this one was creamed through the offside. Beautiful shot, and the total moves to 117. Rashid continuing to be expensive. This over's also now gone for 13 runs. So Rashid with some thinking to do. Last ball of the over coming up off the 14th. Rashid is in, angular runner, bowls, and this one's been reverse swept over the field. That's 6 more. That turns out to be a big over for Nepal. Is this the over that makes them believe again? Terrific shot from Airy. He's raced up to 44 of 28. 19 runs coming off this over Finney, 123 for 2.
Well, he's read Adil Rashid like an absolute book there. That over. Rashid for 5 deliveries, looking to bowl flatter out the front of his hand with the one googly that was pulled for 6 over deep backwards square leg. The very last delivery, Rashid's thrown a lollipop up there, a really slow one, loopy one, and he switched his stance around and hammered it up over the offside if he was standing as a right-hander, but because his feet had switched, it was as though he was playing a left-handed sweep out towards the left-handed leg side boundary, and it sails miles over deep square or deep points, head for 6. So food for thought for England, food for thought for Rashid, who's been met so far, none for 42 from his 3 overs, and this would be a welcome drinks break just for Harry Brook to try and realign the troops.
Yep, Stuart Law is out there with the 2 batters, giving them some instructions, no doubt. The Nepal Rhinos, as they're called, in fact their badges on their helmets have the Rhino and the Nepal flag together, and they certainly at the moment are on the charge. And one does feel even now that 62 of 36 is a tall ask, especially given the resources available. Archer's got an over, Wood has got 2 up his sleeve, Dawson's got 1, Jacques has 2, and if required Curran has 3. So there are enough options for Harry Brook to choose from, and he might actually look at the slower bowler. Dawson certainly will bowl his over 1 fields, as would Wood, because he's bowled well, 2 overs for 17, Luke Wood.
Yeah, you'd be tempted to bring Wood back now. I'd say you might want to just hold Dawson for 1 or 2 overs, as he feels as though the way that he's bowled and the control that he's had today as a finger spinner has been the most dangerous bowler for England. But Luke Wood back into the attack. The left arm angle across these 2 right-handed batters with the off-cutting changes of pace might just bring England a wicket, but they do need a wicket here. 62 from 36 with 2 in batters is by no means inconceivable, and Nepal have got that rate down to just over 10 now.
Yep, 81 runs this partnership is worth of 53 balls, and this is where I think the ability to handle the pressure, keep calm, look for the percentage shot while aiming to get the runs required. But there is certainly, it's made England think. It's not been a cakewalk, as we've seen in most of the games so far. Look at Pakistan versus Netherlands, was close. India had a real scare against the USA last night, and England, I wouldn't say scare, but certainly being made to think. You can see the conversations happening in that huddle as the players got a drink, and who is going to bowl the next over. Looks like Curran's got his... No, it is...
That's Sam Curran.
It is Sam Curran, yes it is. So change of ends for him. He's going to bowl now from the broadcast end, having bowled his first over from the pavilion end, and Brook in conversation with him, setting the field. Give that to you in just a moment as it settles. Short third, backward point, sweeper cover. Man moving away into deep extra, and Brook is going to stay inside the ring at mid-off. Man dropping back to the long on boundary. There's a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg. That's the field then. It's all set. Just getting it, getting the 2 fielders behind the wicket at backward point and short third in the exact position that he wants. Harry Brook, who's himself at mid-off, just at the edge of the circle. He'll walk in, no doubt. Jack's below us at long off as well. What does Rohit Paudel do? This is such an important over. You just feel it's a pivotal over. Current bowls, full toss, driven away on the offside. They'll only get 1. Racing off the boundary is Banton, I think it is, who gets there very quickly, sends the return into the keeper. 15th over in progress. 5 to come after this. Required run rate 10.46. So 61 runs of 35 balls. Tough ask. But the Nepal supporters, I think, have got their money's worth already. The team has played really well. This one's been hit in the air. This is going to be out, I think. It's Banton getting underneath it, and he takes the catch at short extra. Rather at extra cover, just coming off that boundary. And that's the wicket they were looking for. Sam Curran strikes, and Nepal lose their 3rd wicket at 124. And this is probably it, for the simple reason that for a new batter to come in and settle down will take some time.
Yeah, it does take some time. It's such a shame for Nepal. The drinks break just looks as though it sucked a bit of momentum out of their sails. An off cutter, a slow looping off cutter by Curran, wide of off stump, with the field set, with the deep point and the deep extra cover, inviting the batter to take on that big boundary with the left arm angle going across the right hander. And Irie, who played really well, 44 from 29, that one coming right off the toe of the bat and looping to Banton, who makes no mistake at deep extra cover. And this is England's opportunity to squeeze. They have to squeeze here, get that rate right back up towards 12, 13 and over, and then from there it can escalate for Nepal. But that partnership was excellent. A shame for them that it's broken.
Absolutely, but from an England point of view, just the wicket they needed. Once again, a break for drinks, proving to be something that made things happen out there in the middle. And the new man is Mohammad Arif, who is on strike to Sam Curran. No real change in the field. Here's Curran in bowls, and Arif's beaten by a quick delivery that leaves him. That's what will happen. The new batter will take some time, and that will chew up a few deliveries, taking the rate up further. It's now past 11. That was the off cutter, and not able to quite get hold of it. It was there, and there could have been a chance. Agony on the faces of Nepal supporters as that catch was taken. Hands on head, disappointment writ large. Completely understandable. There's Curran in again, left arm over the wicket into bowl to Arif. Arif gets bat on ball, pushes it away into the cover region. He'll just take one. Now it's up to the Nepal skipper, you feel, Rohit Paudel. He's been there for a while. He participated in a big partnership with Dipinder Irie, who's just been dismissed in this over. He's on 39 of 31, and if he wants to go down in history as one of the greatest, then he's got to try and do something big here, because the run rate now is required is 11.25. They need more than just 1/6 in every over. There's Curran bowls, and he tries to play the reverse ramp, but Curran's alive to the situation and makes sure that he bowls it just back of a length, not allowing the batter enough time.
A dill scoop style, wasn't it? It was
yes. Except that Dil Scoop was much lower, wasn't it?
Yeah,
with his head down.
Dipped his head, yeah. It was
almost the first no-look sort of stroke.
It was so ahead of its time.
Yes. Tilak Ratne Dilshan. What a batter he was. Innovative, to say the least. Here's Curran bowls bouncer, and he gets underneath it, stares at the square leg umpire, who is not going to declare a wide ball. And that is the end of a very good over. Just the 1 run and a wicket. 2 runs and the wicket for Sam Curran, and now an even 12. So 2 runs per ball. That's the simple equation as the 15th over is completed. And to take you through to the end of what I suspect will be an England win, by how much is going to be Henry Moran after a word from Stephen Finn.
Well, Prakash doing his absolute best to do a commentator's curse on England today. You're trying hard, Prakash. I'll give it to you. 60 from 30 does seem like a tall ask, but it's one big over, one partnership, and Nepal have to retain that hope that they can. But I think this is a good decision by Harry Brook. Liam Dawson, who's been the pick of the bowlers today, for me, comes into the attack to complete his allocation, to bowl his 4th, but to try and turn the screw at a critical stage of the game.
Well, whatever happens, England have been given a bit of a fright here.
Yes.
I think that is fair to say. 15 overs gone, 16 needed from 30 balls on this sultry Mumbai evening. In comes Liam Dawson, gripping that ball in front of him. Round arm action, leading edge will drop short of Harry Brook, who'll be breathing a little easier. And it's amazing at this point in an innings where 1 dot ball and the net run rate, the required rate leaps up 0.4 from 12 exactly to 12.4. 60 needed from 29. Something's distracted umpire Tucker. I've just been up in the stands, Finney. Top
How
deck.
is it?
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Great, it sounds great out there.
Here is Dawson. Round the wicket and punched into the offside, and there'll be no run. In fact, there'll be a single, forgive me. What's amazing is that every time there's bat and ball, there is the most enormous cheer, and then it'll only subside when they spot the fielder, the fans. It's never the other way round. It's never you wait to see what it's doing and then you cheer. It's you cheer with the assumption it's going to be a boundary. And then only then do you think, okay, well, no. 59 needed off 28. Dawson, again, walking in round the wicket with his left arm spin. Smacked into the leg side. Could be a chance of a catch, and it is. And that should be the game. Very good low catch at deep mid-wicket from Phil Salt. Dashing in from the boundary. It was one of those that was dipping on him. But Salt with the catch. And that should be the game for England. This fine partnership, having come to an end in the previous over, sees both of the set batters now back in the pavilion. Irie for 44 now. Paddle, the other Rohit in these parts, goes for 39. It's 126 for 4.
Excellent from Dawson. Simple from Liam Dawson. He's been exemplary today. 2 for 18 from his 3.3 overs. Just checking the catch from Phil Salt, but it looked to me as though he caught it around knee high. Just having a look whether he scraped the ball along the floor, because particularly funny about that, the TV umpires at the moment, yeah, his fingers, he's caught the ball, that's absolute certain, around knee high, but it's then, has he dragged the ball along the floor? He's still got both hands clasped around it as his hands hit the floor, so it seems inconceivable that the ball could have ever touched the floor. And the white that we can see is taping on his right hand, on his right little finger. When the batter's accepted he's out, he's already off the pitch.
There's a few in the crowd that are rather hopeful, but I'd be surprised if this was overturned, just because there's not evidence to do so. And the decision pending will eventually say, on that big screen, out.
Oh.
So there you go. The dismissal stands. And I think that is the right decision as well, Finney, because
absolutely it is, yeah.
There was nothing doing when it came to evidence to overturn it, albeit the spectators were rather optimistic that there might be. So we see Lokesh come to the middle. Lokesh Bam. And if ever there was a name to suggest some big hitting, Lokesh Bam is quite a good one.
Yes.
So 127 for 4. 58 needed from 26.
That's onomatopoeia, isn't it?
Nominative determinism. It's a bit like when there was the Belgian defender called Mark de Man. It's always a good sporting example. Here is Liam Dawson. 2 balls left of an excellent spell. 2 for 19 so far. Moves in and round arm and worked into the leg side where 1 run will be taken. 128 for 4 with 57 needed from 25. Or if Phil Salt worked in the briding industry, to say.
So what's onomatopoeia then?
It's when a word is a sort of sounding word, so click or clap or crunch.
But bam is like in a comic.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay.
You know, in a comic where it goes bam.
Yeah, okay. Here is Dawson. Worked down the ground for a single. Dawson finishes for an excellent debut in World Cup cricket, remarkably, on his 5th World Cup tour. 4 overs, 2 for 21, 10 dot balls, and he's been the pick of England's bowlers today. No doubt about that. So 4 overs remain, and Nepal still need 56 from 24. The required rate is at 14 exactly and over. Yeah, I think Bam could be. You're right.
I'd be happy arguing that one in court, I think.
Yeah, I think you'd be fair with that. But there, I suppose what would be a crunch is always one that's suggested.
Crunch is nice, yeah. But I don't know anyone called Crunch.
Oh, you've not lived. But no, that would be nominative determinism if you make crisps. If you see what I mean.
Yes.
There are some other great examples out there, but yeah, I'll leave listeners to fill in the gaps. There's one I showed you the other night, which isn't probably suitable for this time of day. Here comes Sam Curran, who himself bowled a vital over last time. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 13, which becomes 1 for 14 as a single is pushed into the offside. And England are just beginning to put the squeeze on here.
Yeah, it's amazing how quick stuff escalates now. 14.35 needed. Every dot ball that's going up at least half a run.
You know how much criticism there was of England's fielding in the Ashes? Here comes a full pace delivery from Curran, which has worked down the ground for one. Well, Phil Salt with that catch now means England's catch percentage in their T20 internationals of the last 2 years, 84.6, the highest of all full member nations.
I'll take that. That's been good, hasn't it? I think they fielded well. I think they've got a couple of plans wrong with the ball, but I think on the whole Harry Brook's made some really good decisions as captain so far.
54 of 22 required, and pace off it, and the look from the batter towards the umpire at our end of the ground to say, well, that's got to be wide, but no, and it's this mix and variation of paces he does so well, Sam Curran.
And reads the game. He understood after that drinks break, and it would have been in conjunction with Harry Brook as well, that the field that he set and the way that he delivered that off-cutter slow and full outside the off-stump was exactly where the batter wouldn't have wanted to be trying to hit a boundary or a six, set the field for it, and it goes safely 20-30 yards inside the boundary to Tom Banton out there, and then you turn the screw. It's that game awareness that's so impressive about Curran.
A lot quieter around the Wankhede Stadium now. Curran in for the fourth ball of the over. It's gone high over the head of Jofra Archer at short third. The ball you fancy will always win that race with the top spin, and indeed Archer can't stop it, so 4 runs to take the equation to 50 from 20, and an enormous swipe from Lokesh Bam, and the ball will drop down to the ropes at deep third. 1-3-5 for 4. Curran below us. Harry Brook shown on the big screen scratching his chin. He stands with hands on hips at mid-off as in goes Curran. And this will be whipped down towards fine leg for 4 more. It wasn't too loose, but it was leg side-ish enough that any bat or pad on it was always going to result in 4. And it is nicely turned away. 139 for 4 back-to-back boundaries, and suddenly 46 from 19 feels a little more manageable.
Yeah, certainly still in England's favour, but Harry Brook, referenced it already, but doing the Owen Morgan, a couple of back-to-back boundaries, and keeps hold of the ball and makes sure that his bowler talks to him before he delivers the next ball to make sure there's absolute clarity about the plan that's going to be bowled to. There is a change in the field. Harry Brook waving deep square leg. No, he's not. He's saying, Luke Wood, you're not bowling the next over anymore.
Jofra Archer.
It's either Archer or Rashid, who are both behind square on the offside where that wave was directed.
Final ball of the 17th over to be delivered by Curran. Very good delivery, right in the block hole. Applause from Butler with those great big white gauntlets high above his head. And 46 from 18 sees the required rate to 15.33. So they're going to need 3 big overs. And it's whether England look to almost close the game out in this over with Archer bowling something that, and it looks like it will be Archer, goes for sub 10, and that should do it.
Yeah, single figures here, then pushes that rate up, and it's definitely the right way to go about it. You look to close games out early. You don't let it get to that last over. Don't leave anything to chance. And Jofra Archer, England's premier death bowler of the ones available in this team, you would say, and given his experience in World Cups before, given the opportunity to close this one out, you would imagine he's going to continue with those leg cutters that have been so hard to pick and read for the Nepal batters.
Archer with this straight approach from the far end of the ground, down the leg side it goes, wide signalled, crowd like that. 45 from 18 required. Well, what we will bring you this evening is a test, or this afternoon I should say, is a test match special podcast reacting to this game, the early stories from the tournament. You can find that on BBC Sounds and wherever you get your podcasts. Similarly, if you want more live commentary, well, we're heading to Colombo straight after this for Ireland's first match. They're taking on Sri Lanka. Archer bowls into the leg side, 6 I think, and yes, Arif gets hold of it, and belief for these Nepal supporters. 39 needed from 17.
I'm waiting for the speed to come up, but I think that's another leg cutter slower ball, and yes, they've been effective. It was a leg cutting slower ball. You have to intersperse that with something else, otherwise if the ball is always the same pace, the batters can adapt their swing to that change of pace. Jofra Archer just needs to be a bit more unpredictable, even though it's a very good ball and it's worked tonight on the whole. I don't think you can bowl it every single ball.
39 from 17. And a 6 and a first boundary from Arif, who has a little look around, counts the fielders where they are. If you can clear them all, it matters not where they're fielding. England have got to field with 3 on the leg side, 2 on the off. No worries about over rate. They've been going along at a good pace because of the amount of spin in their attack. And here comes Archer. 7 from the first legitimate ball of this over. Edged, caught. Butler with the catch to his right. And there is the wicket that should, as we've said it before, that it should be enough, surely, at this point. As Archer just banged it in quite short and wide, actually, and Butler, as it went sharply to him, he just puffs out his cheeks, because it was a sort of one that actually just seemed to get big on him quite quickly. But safe hands from the former England skipper, and Nepal are 146 for 5.
Leg cutter slow ball again, but wide of the off stump, and Arif Sheikh just throwing his hands at it. The field was set for that deep extra and a deep point, so inviting the batter to hit out there. No pace on the ball, and definitely there where the batter clearly favours the leg side in the manner that he hit the 6 the previous delivery. Taking it outside of that swinging arc outside the off stump gives the bowler far more margin for error, and it's a lot harder for a batter to hit boundary unless they luckily edge it up over short third or something. But it nestles in Butler's gloves, and another breakthrough. Jofra Archer has his first of the evening. England still wanting to close it out though.
Sort of one that could easily have gone flying down to the deep third boundary, but in the end, relief from England's point of view that it falls into the gloves of Jos Buttler, former captain, who will be a useful lieutenant for Harry Brook and the England brains trust out there. Gulshan Jar comes to the middle with plenty of experience, 40 T20 internationals, 39 needed from 16 balls. Round the wicket comes Archer to the left-hander, who is flashing through the offside, but only for 1. It's fielded out there in the deep. And for those wondering what that required rate is, well, it's now 15.2. Archer's fought back well from the 6 that was bludgeoned away. Archer, shirt untucked, far end of the ground. A distant figure here at the Wankhede Stadium as Liam Dawson comes trotting up in from fine leg on the boundary. England put deep backward point out there on the ropes. Here comes Archer. This is short and wide, too wide. And again, this looks to vary things. He just doesn't get it quite right. .37 needed from 15. It's been a funny old over this. Wide 6, wicket 1 wide. 3 balls left of it. 37 needed from 15 for Nepal to bring a massive surprise. Lokesh is on strike. Archer bowls. It's got a mile up in the air, and it's got a mile back as well. Almost straight into the president's box. 154 for 5. Nepal needs 31 from 14.
Well, excellent shot. Back up over Jofra Archer's head. He wouldn't have been hit back over his head too many times for a 6 that looks like that. Again, a slower ball, and the batter able to just wait for it. Leg cutter is good revolutions, but it doesn't stick in the pitch, and because it's full of a length, and he's bowled a lot of them, so the batters are expecting those slower deliveries, can wait for it and hammer it 93 metres. A monster 6.
31 from 14. The required rate down to 13.3. Lokesh waits. 17 from 8 for him. Here comes Jofra Archer once more. That's a pace on ball. It's gone high in the air. Fielder's underneath it, but the ball's got enough on it. It's 6. And Harry Brook will suddenly be very nervous. 25 from 13, and listen to the noise around Mumbai.
That's an excellent shot. Steps inside the line of the ball. Jofra Archer bangs it in, and Will Jacks, who was at deep backward square leg, would have had flashes of Adelaide coming back through his mind, where he stood on the rope and gave a reprieve to Travis Head, I think it was. As it was going back up over his shoulder.
Back of a hand, slower ball that from Archer. Goodness me, 25 from 13. Archer's final ball is coming now. He's been expensive today, this over in particular. 21 from it. The game was done, really. But all of a sudden, this is a big ball.
Yeah, this is a huge ball. Dot, a wicket. Somehow Archer needs to get out of this over.
25 needed from 13. Archer to Lokesh. Full delivery, driven through the offside. Fielder will stop it before it reaches the boundary. They'll push for a second. Could be a run out. No, not quite. 1 run taken. 24 needed from 12. And what a 12 deliveries we've got ahead of us. We've got overs to be bowled by Luke Wood, potentially Will Jacks. Sam Curran's still got an over, and Adil Rashid's got an over.
Yeah, it's going to be Wood and Curran, I'd imagine, to try and close this game out for England. Wood's going to be entrusted with the 19th over. The left arm angle, and England have to keep mixing it up. Now your Yorker if you can. That was an excellent Yorker by Jofra Archer, that very last ball. The first one he's really attempted in those run of deliveries. And now Luke Wood, under pressure, brought into the team for his new ball bowling, his potency with that brand new ball. He's now going to have to bowl the 19th over. A very different set of skills.
56% in England's favour, win predictor. I think before the last over it would have been up around 95% probably.
Yeah, it would have been certainly far in England's favour, but it's incredible. But I mean, it's an amazing game, isn't it? 2 balls can completely flip the momentum. The mindset of the players, the confidence that Nepal will have as a result of that. Can England hold their nerve? The boundary here would make it interesting.
Well, Lokesh is 24 off 10.
Or more interesting.
Here's Luke Wood scampering away, left arm over. Lokesh waits. It's gone. Oh, over the head of Butler for 4. Top edge. And look at those supporters all around us. They're dancing with delight because it's 20 needed from 11. And this is suddenly swinging towards Nepal.
The atmosphere in that state, the whole ground is Nepal fans, but there's a particular section over in the Devetra Pavilion that is absolute pandemonium in there at the moment.
20 off 11 for the tournament's first upset. Here's Luke Wood. Wide. 19 off 11.
It's the right option, looking to find that wide Yorker. The length was good, the line just off. The left arm angle slipping across past the wide line, but 1 more off the total. 11 deliveries to go.
It was that 22 run over bowled by Archer. 2 wides in there, and the final 3 balls went for 13. How important could that be? Luke Wood again. Runs in, and that will be wide again. Length good, line not. 18 needed off 11 balls. Stephen Finn.
It's just completely flipped on its head, isn't it? Prakash's curse has worked.
Brendan McCullum and Marcus Trescothick are not looking as relaxed as they were as win predictor swings violently in favour of Nepal. 6 from the first legitimate ball of the over, and Luke Wood has to try again. 18 needed from 11. Luke Wood bowls a better ball this time, and he swings and he misses, and it's 18 off 10.
Take a breath, and Brooks just has to try and calm his bowler down in this situation.
Well, it's a good test of captaincy.
It is, absolutely, and there's been nothing wrong with his plans from a captaincy perspective, unless he's encouraging his bowlers in those moments to bowl leg cutters, slower balls, every single ball. But here is a real test. Get your plans right, nail them.
18 from 10. Wood is in, it's gone a mile up in the air. It might have the distance for a boundary. It does have the distance for a boundary. It's 4. 14 needed from 9, and England are staring at what would be the sort of defeat that, while in most circumstances shouldn't derail a tournament, given all of the headlines, given all of the pressure coming into this, there's going to be many that are waiting for this team to fail, and Nepal need 14 runs from 9 balls to cause England massive headaches.
Well, now Joss Buttler is coming up the pitch to slow the game down. The wicket-keeper coming to talk in conjunction with Wood and Brook. And it's now panic stations for England. 9 deliveries to go, 14 runs. A quiet 3 deliveries here changes the conjecture of the game again, but this is absolutely critical now for England to nail a plan and make sure that you execute it.
Stuart Law, the Nepal coach, has got a smile on his face. It would be an even broader one if his side can get over the line. They've never chased this many runs, they've never hit this many runs as those that are required. The 14 from here, from 9 balls, if they are to spring a monster shock, and it would be. Yeah, the game's not what it was 10 years ago, but these are 2-time world champions with the greatest of resources in England, and with the greatest will in the world. As here comes Luke Wood, outside the off stump, and it's wide. Well, whatever the planning is, that is not it. 13 needed from 9.
Well, you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to keep the ball out of the swinging arc, so the deep square leg coming up inside the ring and the long going out means that Brook is asking Wood to keep that ball just inside the wide line, whether it's pace on or pace off, and ask the batter to reach for it outside off stump. But at the moment, with the left arm angle going across, he's not able to find that perfect line, so it's offering more opportunities to score extra balls.
Here's Luke Wood again. It's a delivery which has been clobbered down the ground. Could be a catch. Oh, it's well stopped in the end, but the ball's spinning away with at least 2 having been taken. They'll scramble a third. I think not quite. 11 from 8.
It looked as though there was definitely going to be a run out there at one stage. Both batters wanted to come back for the third because of the misfield. Jack scrambling back towards the boundary to try and cut that off. You could see, because it was below us for a second, he was thinking about lurching forward and trying to catch that as it dipped towards the ground, but he bailed out and just parried it. Managed to stop the ball, but his momentum took him beyond it. So the batters come back for 2, not 3.
Lokesh has got 34 from 14. Luke Wood running in again. 11 needed from 8 balls. Wood in, smack down the ground. Jacks has work to do, does it very well indeed. Really good work from Will Jacks, because it was hit so hard. 10 needed from 7.
Yeah, good fielding by Jacks. He's probably 5 yards or so in from the rope there and herring to his left as it was thrashed down the ground.
But they're now just a couple of edges away from...
Well, one edge, you'd say. One edge, 10 from 7. It's an edge and a few singles, and you're home and dry. Nepal a heavy favourite. They should be and are heavy favourites. 3 wides in this over. It's going to be at least a 9-ball over.
The last 30 balls, 58 for 3. England have done what they needed to do in terms of wicket taking. They have not in terms of discipline with the extras column. The left-handed Gulshan, who's only faced 1 ball, is on strike as Luke Wood comes running in to conclude the over, and he bowled him. Well, it was a bit of a free hit, that, and he's swung hard, missed, and it's going to be the equation of 10 needed from 6. And everyone can breathe just briefly as we wait to see which way this one's swinging.
Yeah, well done Luke Wood to get out of that with a single and a wicket from those last 2 balls, because a boundary or even anything other than that outcome could have been absolutely critical for Sam Curran facing these last 6 deliveries from a bowling perspective. But England, they're making us nervous. I'd imagine the England fans, people listening, watching at home, this would be a humongous upset.
It really, really would. And England, they can afford it in terms of the tournament, just about. But it's the narrative that worries me. And do they go into their shell? Do they start the panic? Does, all of these things that are very hard to control. Jos Buttler is directing traffic. Harry Brook's doing the same. Adil Rashid also pointing and waving at Luke Wood, who comes trotting in from deep backward point.
They only had 3 inside the circle for a second.
Oh, don't. Fingernails being bitten everywhere. The roar of excitement replaced by the hush of trepidation. 10 needed from 6. Here comes Sam Curran. Oh, swing and a miss. Good bowl. 10 needed from 5. A shake of the head from Lokesh. It's a little knuckle ball. I was actually looking at the replay from the Luke Wood dismissal, but 10 from 5. I mean, even 10 from 3, you're still thinking they're well in. But a dot ball to start the over. England have managed to get a dot, a wicket and a dot in the last 3. And Nepal need 10 from 5. It's amazing how quiet a full Wankhede Stadium can be. Curran, floodlights beaming, is in. It's been chipped in the air into the offside. Only 1 run will be available. 9 from 4. Curran will be on strike.
It was a horrible throw in from the fielder out there as well. Jos Buttler had to clean that up calmly there as the wicket keeper, because that could have gone for overthrows, which would have got the dangerous or the more dangerous batter back on strike as well. But excellent from Curran. Good execution, good calmness under pressure. You never get the impression that he's panicking in these situations. You never feel as though, it'd be like the analogy of a duck. There would be lots going on under the surface, but you can never tell when you're watching.
If you've ever wondered what an impression of a duck from Stephen Finn looks like, use your
pitter-patter.
Use your imagination. Almost there was a sort of bit of the bongo drums going on. I enjoyed that. A tie, by the way, would take us to a super over. 9 needed from 4. The right-handed Karan KC is on strike. As in comes Curran, and that's well bowled. Dinked down the ground for 1. Lokesh will want the strike. 8 needed from 3. 2 boundaries. Doesn't matter how they come.
No, outside head. I mean, Nepal would take anything. They'd take it off someone's bum, off a helmet. They would take 8 runs however they come. But here, England, Sam Curran and Harry Brook at the moment, marshalling this over very well. Excellent execution again from Curran to get that Yorker right on the money.
No matter how hard he tries, the DJ doesn't need to do this. It's actually much more dramatic having no
very
noise around this place. I think sometimes the booming PA can rather take away from the drama than add to it. It's a bit like goal music. I don't think you need it. 8 from 3 required. Lokesh on strike on 36. Curran has had his conversation, his little conflab with Harry Brook, who stands now at long off. We've got a long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square and deep cover. As here comes Sam Curran with 8 needed from 3. Curran bowls, clipped into the leg side, out towards the deep. On the bounce it'll be collected, they'll turn for a second, throw comes in, they'll get that second. 6 needed from 2. Great running.
Great running, but also great bowling. That Yorker is right on the money from Sam Curran. He's not tried any slower balls, he's not tried anything fancy this over, he's just trying to nail the hole. The bigger boundary out towards the leg side as well, the leg stump line of that ball, meaning it can only be flipped out towards the deep mid-wicket fence. But good running keeps the in batter Lokesh, who has 38 from 18, some lusty blows from him, on strike. 2 deliveries to go.
7 balls since we've seen a boundary. 6 here from the remaining, well, 6 however they come, but a 6 here wins the game. 6 needed from 2. Lukesh looks the calmest man in the place. Rests, number 1 on his back, with his bat on his right shoulder. And Sam Curran gets a little pat on the back from Tom Banton, who will now trot over towards long on. It is 6 needed from 2. Curran in the white boots at the far end, left arm over. He's faced big moments in his career. Not sure he expected one of the bigger ones to be at this situation, but here we are. 6 needed from 2. In comes Sam Curran. Full delivery, worked up towards long on. He's going to turn down the single. It's a wise decision. 6 needed from 1. And what a very good over this has been from Sam Curran. 6 from 1 ball will win the game. If Curran nails it here, England get over the line.
Yep, and Harry Brook will be giving Sam Curran some of the biggest hugs at the end of this if he does manage to close this out, because it has been an outstanding final over. Butler and Curran at the moment discussing plans and tactics, fields. You have to think where is the most likely place that the 6 is going to be hit, and you have to protect those areas, protect those regions of the ground.
Lukesh with 38 needed. Forgive me, 6 needed from 1. He's got 38 from 19. This partnership came together with 10 required, and as England have managed to just about swing the game surely in their momentum, but it is 1 hit. It's 1 hit, and that's the point. When you get to this point, it's who holds their nerve.
Yeah, and I think this is the right option by Harry Brook, who is... The field now is there's a long off, a long on, a deep straight mid-wicket, a deep square mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg. So that is the portion of the ground where a 6 could be hit. We've seen 6s hit over the offside, but the line that Curran is going to try and bowl, to hit it up over the offside for a 6 is very unlikely. So there's a huge empty space out on the offside. Curran will be looking for that leg stump Yorker again.
Here we go. 6 needed from 1. Sam Curran into bowl, and it's been hit away down the ground, on the ground, crucially, and England win the game. My goodness me, it has been thrilling. And how big do those runs scored by Will Jacks at the back end of innings number 1 look. I mean, goodness. Sam Curran with 5 from the over has done his captain the most monstrous favour, with England winning by 4 runs. Nepal, they lost by 1 run against South Africa in the last tournament. They've lost by another single-figure margin against England in this one. We have been richly entertained, but those headlines that might have been flashing across Harry Brook's mind, the pressure that would have been put on England, the headlines again for the wrong reasons, but they do get there. Crucially, England get the win, as much for their own sanity
and our
sanity. And England win by 4 runs. It was not exactly as relaxed as it could have been, but you have to say immense credit to Curran for bowling the over that England needed him to. 5 from it, and England win.
Yeah, that was outstanding holding of nerve by Sam Curran at the very end there, opting to keep it simple. Yorker's pace on at the base of the stumps, and he nailed every single one in that last over. And Harry Brook will be so grateful for that, because as you say, it would have been so easy for minds to digress towards headlines, to digress towards the worst possible outcome, but Brook, Butler and Curran there just gave that element of calm at the back of the mark, and England will be very pleased to have escaped that. We have to give a lot of credit to Nepal. The way that they've played, the crowd has been outstanding. Really has been an excellent cricket match. They'll take a lot of confidence from this, but they'll be so disappointed having got themselves into that position right at the very end of the game that they didn't quite have the firepower to get over the line. But it was an excellent game of cricket.
Well, England have won a thriller here in Mumbai, beating Nepal by just 4 runs, setting Nepal 185 as a target, having themselves, England, hit 184 for 7. Nepal looked odds-on favourites to win it, with the 19th over and the 18th over having been oh so expensive. It looked as though it was going to go the way of the associate side. In the end, though, Sam Curran with a fabulous final over, 5 from it, and England managed to get over the line, albeit scrambling over the line. And goodness me, what relief that will be for Harry Brook and the England camp. We'll bring you reaction from both sides shortly, but Stephen Finn, Ashes winning fast bowler, and Prakash Wakankar were watching on for Test Match Special. And Prakash, first of all, it's been some atmosphere and some game of cricket.
A phenomenal game of cricket. Yes, relief for England and heartbreak again for Nepal. But this is really what this World T20 is all about, isn't it? Just giving the opportunity, and yet again we're seeing Finney and Henry, that when the associate nations are given that platform and that opportunity, the development that they're getting, the growth that they're getting, almost you feel that they need to have more such opportunities, which will make the world and the game of cricket that much richer, won't it?
Has there ever been a bigger advert for more teams in a World Cup? I found that 2023 50 over World Cup so tedious, with just 10 teams all playing against each other. You want the jeopardy, the nerves that we felt there, the way this ground, the entire ground was engaged with what could have been a humongous result in the context of cricket history, Nepal beating England, and we've almost witnessed that here today. It's such a shame for that not to happen more frequently, and I hope that people at the ICC are watching things like this and thinking people deserve to watch, or these teams deserve the opportunity.
Well, Will Jacks is the player of the match, 39 not out of 18 balls in England's innings, vital runs as well at the back end of that. Also took 1 for 17 from his 2 overs. And gets the Player of the Match award. Could have been others. Brook and also Bethel scored half centuries, and as we see the Nepal side doing a lap of honour, as is richly deserved here at the Wankhede Stadium, we will, as I say, bring reaction for you from the boundary edge as we reflect on this tournament opener and the opening stages of the competition, which has seen plenty of near misses for upsets, none closer than this one, it has to be said, which has been absolutely thrilling, compelling cricket throughout. And here is Nasser Hussain with Will Jacks.
Presented by Kavita Singh from Aramco for his 39 in 18 deliveries and 1 for 17 with the ball. The player of the match is Will Jacks. Will, if you can get your medal, please. Well, many congratulations. Before we get on to your performance, that looked to be a serious test of all your skills, both individually and a team.
Yeah, I think full credit to Nepal. They were absolutely brilliant. We saw the pitch was tricky when we batted, but they played against the spin very well, and they really took us close there. They played it brilliantly.
One of the big reasons you are player of the match was that 45 off the last 3 overs proved pivotal. What was your thought process?
Yeah, it's nice to spend some time in the middle. I've been a bit short of that over the last month or so, and it's about keeping it simple. The guys in the middle had described to me what it was like out there, so let the ball come, not overhit it, and obviously that last over proved crucial in the end, so happy with that.
Which did you find harder to face out there, spin or seam?
I think you know the answer to that one. It was very tough to start.
Do you think they could have gone just the spinner of the last over? Were you pleasantly surprised when they went KC?
Yeah, I saw they were debating. I think the helmet ran out and then went off, so obviously in hindsight they might have done that, but all in all they were tactically very good. They've obviously pushed us right to the edge there.
And with the ball, there's been quite a few contributors, especially in the spin department. It was you and Jacob Bethel in Sri Lanka, you and Liam Dawson. Those all-round spinners look crucial in these conditions.
Yeah, and I think if the surfaces are going to continue to behave like that, then that's going to be crucial going forward. There's obviously a lot of games to be played in this World Cup, and Dawes was absolutely brilliant today. And I think having that adaptability is going to hopefully lead us in good stead.
And the new haircut has gone pretty well, 1 from 1 with a new hairdo.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully that contributes to a few more wins.
Many congratulations, well played.
Thank you.
As Will Jacks chatting to Nasser Hussain, player of the match from a thrilling game. And it is worth explaining just why it was so thrilling, not just the margin, which is a slight one at 4 runs, but also where Nepal were in their run chase. 48 were needed from the final 3 overs. The 18th over, bowled by Jofra Archer, ended up going for 22. We saw 3 sixes in there, a couple of wides, and that shifted the equation to a much more manageable, it has to be said, 24 off the remaining 2. Luke Wood then started bowling wides. There was a 4, 2 wides, another 4, another wide, and then he closed out the over with 2, 1 and a wicket. That saw 14 from the 19th over. At that point, Nepal needed 10 from the remaining over. Step forward Sam Curran, .112, .1 done. And that was what England required, and it gets them the win. I mean, the net run rate boost that they might have thought about, which a distant memory now, they're just delighted to have got over the line. And they do get over the line. Stephen Finn will be hearing from Harry Brooks shortly, but what will he be feeling right now?
Utter relief, I would say. I think that lots of things would have passed through his mind in the last 20 minutes or so, and emotions. He's probably feeling pretty exhausted, to be honest with you. I'm exhausted. The emotional up and down of watching that up here. If you're living that every second as captain, I'd imagine that's exacerbated. So relief. And I think he's going to take some food for thought about some of his bowling plans as well, moving through this tournament.
So what went wrong? Because I mentioned the expense of Archer and Luke Wood in the 18th and 19th. Did they bowl badly? Clearly the extras weren't ideal, but what went wrong there, do you think?
Well, I think, looking further back in the game, for Adil Rashid to only have bowled 3 overs on a pitch that should have suited him means that he was a bit off the money today. I think the bowling in general was maybe a touch predictable. I think you have to find what works on any given pitch, but I think you have to intersperse that with different tactics or different deliveries, just so that batters can't get used to just one pace of ball coming down at you or one type of ball coming down at you. So I think that England will look at it on the whole as a job well done. I thought they batted really well in that first innings. I thought Brook made some really sensible decisions with the bat in hand, seeing off their dangerous bowlers, then attacking when the odds were far more in his favour. I thought that he deserves credit for that, but just that little bit less predictable with the ball in hand is something that I think those bowlers will reflect upon.
Every close game, Prakash, is an opportunity for learning. You wouldn't have expected it to be against these opponents, but dealing with pressure is pressure regardless. There's always pressure when you come close in a game, and indeed England have found that, albeit against an opponent they wouldn't have anticipated that to be the case.
Well, I think it works both ways, doesn't it? In the fact that the more fancied team probably carries that much more pressure of expectation, whereas the one that's less fancied, I think, just goes out there and gives it its all, because they know that the majority of people expect them to lose. They have absolutely nothing to lose. They go out there, play their best cricket, and once again, that old adage in this T20 format in particular, that MS Dhoni in particular always talked about, was take the game deep. And I think that's what Nepal did. We said twice in commentary, if not thrice, looks like that's the game done. When that big partnership of 80-odd was broken, when both those set batters were out, we thought this was it, and England would probably win by 20-30 runs at least comfortably. But then we saw what happened, as you described, in the last 18th and 19th over. And cometh the hour, cometh the man. This man, Sam Curran, when he's playing in India, I think just does something very, very special, not to take anything away from his performances around the world. But Nepal will take huge heart from this, and I think it, as Finney very rightly said, there's a case to find ways, even outside multi-nation formats, for the associate countries to be given the opportunity, and for the established cricketing nations to mandatorily play more cricket with these nations, to give them the opportunity of developing their very obvious talent.
Well, I want to get into that more deeply shortly, with some of the thrills that we've had in the tournament, albeit without a shock per se. But what I will ask you, Finney, first of all, is England's bowling. You look at some of the figures there. Luke Wood, 3 overs, 1 for 31. Jofra Archer, 4 overs, 1 for 42. Adil Rashid, 3 overs, none for 42. And then Curran's figures, 4 overs, 1 for 27. Jack's 1 for 17 off 2. There were some expensive spells there from some experienced bowlers.
Yeah, there were, but I would say that we shouldn't read too much into that because it's T20 cricket and that can happen. I think that the thing that England will reflect upon is that predictableness at times, with the leg cutters from Jofra Archer. After his first over, I think he'd bowled 90% leg cutters, which allows the batters, even if they are effective for an over as they were in his second over, if it then becomes predictable in the third and fourth, then people can stand there and hit them for 6, and that's what happened. And Adil Rashid as well, with how slow he bowled in his first couple of overs. I don't know if he was expecting maybe the Nepalese batters to...
Well, here comes the Nepalese captain, and Rohit Kumar Padal is with Nasser Hussain.
Disappointed, but in equal measure, incredibly proud of your team.
Yes, disappointment is there, but at the same time, I think as a team, I'm very proud of the team. The way the boys have shown that effort against England, that takes a lot of appreciation. And when we step up today in the ground, the only message to the group was, whatever we have, we'll give 110% in the ground. And I think boys have given all what they had, and that's what makes them different. And I'm very proud of them.
Shows how far you've come as a cricketing nation, that you can be here disappointed you've not got over the line against 2-time champions England. You played a lot of good cricket in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we had that belief when we came in this World Cup. We didn't came here to just participate. We wanted to compete, and we had that belief in the group that we can beat any of the sides if we play our best brand of cricket. And I thought today we played our best brand of cricket.
What did you make of your performance in the field and with the ball?
I think today overall, if you see the result wise, it didn't went our way, but the efforts wise, I would give 100% on both fielding, bowling and batting.
Those last 3 overs went for 45. Is there anything in hindsight you could have done differently?
Yes, I think in that area we can improve. I thought England were also struggling with the death over bowling, but last over Sam Curran bowled really well. So I thought it's hard for bowlers in death overs to bowl, especially in the death over to execute those Yorkers, those slow bounces. So I thought we missed on that part, but at the same time I think we'll improve from there.
And with the bat, that partnership with Dipendra Singh, Irie, what were you saying to each other?
We were calculating just for last 5 overs we wanted wickets in hand and at least 10 or 12 overs per over. So we were discussing about that only, and we're targeting first 2 balls for boundaries, and it's just the overs.
Not many times Adil Rashid gets taken down. Was that a plan to go after him, or is that just how it worked out?
No, it was not a particular plan to take on Adil Rashid, but it happened, and I thought we thought as a group that we thought, as Dipendra and me thought, that we could take on him today, and it went good for us.
Next up for you is Italy. It's a real message to the rest of the group. You're going to have to be at your best to beat Nepal. Those games become vital for you now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we will not take any of the teams lightly, and I think all other teams in this tournament will not take any of the associate teams or any teams lightly. So that's a message, but we as a team need to be on our 100%.
Quick word for the fans. You always play in front of a full crowd, but to do it here in India must be very special.
Yeah, absolutely. They're very passionate. If you see today, whole Kathmandu, whole Nepal came here to support us, and that's great to see them here, and that motivates us. When we went to the ground, we carry your hopes, we carry your belief, and I think today we gave everything, and I think today all Nepal will be very proud of all of us.
I know you're disappointed, but it was an absolute pleasure to watch your side today. Well done and commiserations.
Thank you.
Harry, I said to you at the toss, there are no easy games in this tournament. That did not look like an easy game.
It wasn't easy at all, but thankfully we got over the line.
A word on the opposition. From where they've come from in international cricket to push you so hard, there's a lot of talent in that side.
Yeah, they played extremely well, and I just heard you say that not many teams take Adil Rashid down the way they did, and I thought they played against him outstanding, and they put us in a tricky situation for quite a few occasions there as well.
What did you make at the halfway stage at 184? Were you pretty pleased with that?
Yeah, definitely. I thought we were in a very good position to be able to defend that, and I didn't quite think it was going to go as close as that, but hats off to the Nepalese team. They played extremely well, and I wish them all the best for the rest of the competition.
That's 12 wins in 13 now, on the back of wins in Sri Lanka, and you're getting performances from a lot of different people, aren't you? It's not just one or two cricketers. Again, it was Will Jacks at the end, it was Bethel at the start. That must please you.
Yeah, awesome. Beth played outstanding. The way that he was rocking back and smacking the spinners into the stand was really nice to watch, and then the way that Jaxie just slipped into his role there at number 7, he hasn't done much of it, but the way that he batted at the end there has won us the game.
That last drinks break came at a good time for you. The captain and vice captain was building a healthy partnership. You got in a huddle, what did you say?
I just said we put two or three wickets on this and it all changes, and yeah, we didn't quite get them rewards, but we managed to stick to our guns and we stayed calm out there.
And did it throw you a little bit with Adil going round? I mean, I think it's the first time in 25 games he's gone wicketless. Does that throw you a bit as a captain with your plans?
We have so many options out there. I don't think Sam bowled until a lot later on than usual in the 20 overs, but yeah, obviously it wasn't ideal. Rash going getting a little bit of tap there. It's not often that he doesn't bowl 4 overs as well. So yeah, look, it's just one of them days for him, and I'm sure he'll bounce back better.
But you did have Sam Curran. Just to have that experience to defend 10 in the last over, he nailed his skills brilliantly under pressure.
Yeah, unbelievable. And we were both fairly calm out there. He knew exactly what he was going to try and do, and he executed outstandingly.
Well played personally, well played as a team. West Indies next for you. Good luck with that.
Thank you.